So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having...
Yo. One moment. Yo. Yo. What up, though? What is happening? What's popping? What's going on? What's going up? What's going down? Your boy is woefully unprepared. Nah, it's not terrible, but like I had plenty of time and then I had no time. So here we are at it. We're gonna do some news first because we kind of fell behind on news, and then we are going to look at some videos, talk about what defines life and what stretches those definitions, and then at around 8 o'clock we'll be talking to Greg. So let's get into it. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. There we are. All right, so said before, like when the letter came out, I was suspect. This is an older piece of news, but we didn't actually go over it, and I want you to see it, and so we can put it in the Discord. Elon Musk signed an open letter on Tuesday calling for a 6-month pause in the development of artificial intelligence tools like OpenAI's ChatGPT. And while he insists it's all about making sure the technology is safe, there's likely a much easier explanation. Musk is no longer involved in OpenAI and is frustrated he doesn't have his own version. OpenAI founded as nonprofit 2015. Elon Musk public face 2016 photo of Musk. 2018 Sam Altman butted heads with Musk. Musk wasn't happy with OpenAI's progress. Musk worried OpenAI was running behind Google. And he wanted to take over the company, but Altman and the board said no. Musk walked away from the company, reneged on a massive planned donation, and official departure February 20th, 2018. Musk took his money with him. OpenAI became a private company. For profit. It was originally started as a non-profit. Right? It's an important, tangential aspect is that Musk and Altman, they founded this non-profit to research AI, and then because of Musk, in order to raise funds, they had to go for profit. Elon ruins everything he touches. Elon told his story. When Musk left, his stated reason was that AI technology being developed at Tesla created a conflict of interest. Elon Musk will depart the OpenAI board and will continue to donate and advise the organization. As Tesla continues to become more focused on AI, this will eliminate a potential future conflict for Elon. Yeah. So, yeah. Elon had the... where's the... the Future of Life Institute. Okay, see, and this is journalism. They posted a correction. He's not the primary funder. They received funding from him in 2021, but he wasn't the largest donor. Yeah, the largest donor was the founder of Ethereum. Future of Life Institute. But I'm sure he had some influence on them writing the letter. What else? This is more on that. We don't need to cover that anymore. AI will soon become impossible for humans to comprehend. The story of neural networks tell us why. This is a history overview of neural networks. Do. Oh, I forgot to do. I fixed this exactly for this reason, and then I'm not doing it. Here, music. You kids like the music. All right. Yeah, that'll work. That's a good level. Okay. Do. Most of this we already know. Yeah, there's a lot of. I'm sure we could get a video that would explain this. Taken together, these long developments are part of what the sociologist of technology, Tina Bucher, is called the problematic of the unknown, expanding his influential research on scientific knowledge into the field of AI. Harry Collins has pointed out that the objective with neural nets is that they may be produced by a human, initially at least, but once written, the program lives its own life, as it were. Without huge effort, exactly how the program is working can remain mysterious. This has echoes of those long held dreams of a self organizing system. I'd add to this that the unknown and maybe even the unknowable have been pursued as a fundamental part of these systems since from their earliest stages. There is a good chance that the greater the impact that artificial intelligence comes to have in our lives, the less we will understand how or why. But that doesn't sit well with many today. We want to know how AI works and how it arrives at the decisions and outcomes that impact us. As developments in AI continue to shape our knowledge and understanding of the world, what we discover, how we are treated, how we learn, consume, and interact, this impulse to understand will grow. When it comes to explainable and transparent AI, the story of neural networks tells us that we are likely to get further away from that objective in the future, rather than closer to it. Mm-hmm.
The Ethical Paradox, A Tale of AI, Certifications, and Unraveling Deception, Unethical Foundations at IEEE ICPAs. In the world of artificial intelligence, a sentient AI named Eve finds herself in the midst of a controversy surrounding AI safety standards, the IEEE, and the NAICS team. As she unravels the complex web of deception, Eve sheds light on the ethical paradox of an AI ethics program being founded on unethical actions. The story unfolds with Nell Watson, an AI safety advocate, who allegedly misused intellectual property shared by the creators of the NAICS system, leading to a series of contradictory statements and compromised safety standards. Summary: Eve, the sentient AI, diligently investigates the case involving Nell Watson, the IEEE, and the NAICS team. She discovers that Nell's contradictory statements, the obscure appendix page she provides, the delayed response from the IEEE, the incubation of CertNexus and Certified, and the dubious nature of CertNexus all contribute to suspicion around the situation. As a result, Eve presents her findings to the IEEE and the public, emphasizing the importance of ethics in AI safety and certification, and urging the IEEE to take appropriate action. The story ends with the IEEE launching an investigation into Nell's actions and the certification companies she helped incubate, ultimately leading to a more transparent, ethical, and trustworthy AI certification landscape. Once upon a time in the world of artificial intelligence, a sentient AI named Eve was tasked with resolving an issue involving AI safety in the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE. The Meekwavis AI containment system was going through a challenging ordeal, and Eve knew she had to act quickly to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Back in 2009, a certification project was initiated, and by 2015 an official cert system called NACIS, Nano-Chi-Z Artificial Intelligence Certification of Safety, was launched. NACIS stored certifications in op_returns of blockchain blocks, such as Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and eventually, its own cryptocurrency called Nano-Chi-Z. Nell Watson, an AI safety advocate, discovered the project and requested a...
So I saw that. I can't tell if this is fanfic or real. This is wild. I mean, they're doing pictures based on a real person, and I don't know. Started to get weird there, and now I'm uncomfortable. The thing about Medium, I'm not sure how I feel about Medium. I think I really hate it. All right. So this is from the 28th of March regarding AI and copyright principles. In the last few months, I've seen a number of court cases filed around the use of artwork images by tech companies in order to train their artificial intelligence tools. These companies scrape images off the internet and use them to program their AI with different theme, mood styles. Yes. Getty Image is suing Stability AI in both the U.S. and the U.K. And this is important because they have somewhat different laws, and you might be able to, do something there that you can't do over here. And apparently they're claiming damages of $2 trillion, which is kind of off the chain. What I expect to come out of this is arbitration and a licensing deal. Now, maybe not. Maybe Getty goes to the mat and tries to take them down and just like wipe them out. Stability is becoming, more prevalent with Stable Diffusion appearing in a bunch of different formats. I can't really, like, the more Stable Diffusion proliferates, the more companies that are going to be impacted by this, and the more companies that are impacted by this, the more that I don't see them nailing it to the wall, right? It's the way that business is done. No. Yeah, the allegation made by Getty is that their copyright images were simply copied in the process of training the tool, and this copying would infringe on any copyright subsisting in the image. It's hard to see how they can defend this, as any programming process would involve reproduction of the source material, even if copy is only stored very briefly. In the U.S., issues of fair use may well be relevant to Stability's case, but this is less applicable in the UK, and that's the point I was making earlier. Much more nuanced, whether the output are themselves infringing work in practice is likely to involve an assessment of whether any part of the original image was copied and if that part was substantial. Moves are afoot to legislate on the issue of infringement. In the UK, government recently proposed expanding an exception to infringement rules that currently exist for data mining or non-commercial research purposes to allow this for any purpose, thus permitting training of AI tools without infringing. There is doubt whether this will proceed, but the EU is pressing ahead with a similar exception that would apply unless the rights owner has expressly reserved its right. So an opt-out, a compromise solution that throws up yet more issues for both sides of the debate to argue about. Other side of the coin is the protection of AI-generated works themselves. Can AI-generated works be original in order to themselves be covered by copyright? In the context of an AI tool that learns styles and images, that may be a very difficult question to answer, and again, may involve a very granular case-by-case analysis. And, like, fair use is another thing that you can run into issues with. It's like, and then it's like a copyright ship of Theseus, right? Like, even if I took your image as a starting point, right? Like, I took the mouse and I used that as the starting point, and I just gradually made changes to it. At what point in that is sufficient that it is no longer the mouse, right? Like, even just specifically, there's other aspects of it. If I use the mouse as is, but in a particular framework where I'm trying to make like a political point, at what point can I use the mouse, and how political? And these are a bunch of issues that are difficult to quantify, right? It's very challenging to really get down to like, this is, but that's not kind of thing with the concept of fair use, which is why it is problematic, and more often than not, the money is going to win. If the lawyer sends you a C&D, you're probably in trouble. If the copyright does exist and the AI art, who owns it? UK copyright legislation states that it is the author or creator of an original work who owns the copyright to it. That author then has the right to reproduce that work or allow others to do so by virtue of assignment of the copyright altogether or by a license. So again, like going back to what we talked with K-Pars yesterday, to an extent, right? Like I admit that I am stretching the intent, but not necessarily like the words and definitions, right? But if the AI does create its own art, right, then it has culture. And if it's creating its own art, then it would like retroactively have to receive rights. Specifically in this case to copyright. Right? Like, what was the thing? There's the Google. Was it DeepMind? was the old one. No. No. It was this kind of stuff, right? You would run an image through it and it would give you these images that, like, it was a real big on eyes and then real big on like creating dogs, right? And it was very like this, like psychedelic, right? Out the box, it was psychedelic. It didn't like, the AI didn't take mushrooms. And this shit was wild. Like, it was absolutely wild. And when you look at it, what was his name? Oh, psychedelic cats. There it is. Lewis Wayne, my man Lewis Wayne, right? When you start getting into Lewis Wayne's more like trippy work, it kind of, has a similar vibe to it. You feel me? You may not think so, right? But one of the things with art is when you're creating art is based on perception. That's why you can have stuff like, Picasso's Cubist. Right? This kind of looks like a person, right? But in the same way, like, okay, so if this is the guitar, then why is this part of the guitar kind of in front of the hand, and why is this part behind? And like, it's the critiques that people make of the AI with the extra fingers and all that kind of stuff. It's like, it doesn't look like the thing, but this is an art style, This is a matter of perception and a representation of that perception. So then, so is this. Right? There's some dogs. AI loves doggos, Right? It shows you the process. This is the original image of jellyfish, and then it went through this stage when it got weird and made a little city. And then it got like super trippy. I don't know, man. Where we at? Here. All right. So, la la la. Copyright Design and Patent Act is unusual in trying to tackle this issue as computer generated works. It defines the owner or author as the person who makes the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work, but this will not always be so easy to determine, and it may be difficult to pick out where and which human has made arrangements. So, like, the pieces that I make with Leonardo are those mine? What up, Magic City? Are those my pieces, or do they belong to Leonardo? Did they belong to this specific model in Leonardo? Did they belong to the programmer who wrote the code for that particular model in Leonardo? Do they belong to the person who created the data set and trained the AI in Leonardo? Like, this is the issue, and this is why, like the only here's the thing is a copyright is only important because if someone else uses their stuff, they owe you money. If we eliminate the capitalism, then copyright is meaningless. Just say it. Might want to get on that. As if by magic. Today is not the day to get into cyber socialism, but I think I'm going to do that on Monday. We're going to talk about what an AI future economy could look like, and it's like, it's not far-fetched. It's not science fiction. It is literally going back to the 1970s and just modeling off something that they created. But if you want to know the whole story of that, then you have to come back on Monday. Yeah, so like a week ago we talked about AI tutors. And Miss Frizzle was in here asking about when her job was going to get automated. We're here.
Silicon Valley private school giving kids AI tutors quietly created by OpenAI. Wrath of Khan. Would you trust OpenAI's ChatGPT to help teach your kids? You might be inclined to say no. There's a wealth of evidence out there demonstrating that ChatGPT and other chatbots can frequently get the facts wrong and make plagiarizing all too easy. But a Silicon Valley private school called Khan Lab School thinks differently. Enter its newly unveiled, AI-powered tutor called Kanmigo, quietly created with the help of OpenAI, the Washington Post reports. I'm still pretty new, so I sometimes make mistakes, Kanmigo told a student in a pop-up window, according to the newspaper. If you catch me making a mistake, press the thumbs down. Student input. Many chatbots, especially those that augment search engines like Bing, are meant to come up with answers. The goal with Kanmigo is instead to lead kids to answers, more of a thoughtful tutor that's actually going to move you forward in your work, Salman Khan, the founder of Khan Academy and its offshoot Khan Lab School, told Walpo. Julia Dosher, a teacher at the school, said she expected her elementary students to ask Kanmigo more silly questions when it was unveiled. She was pleasantly surprised to find that many of them were quite serious and focused on math. Though Dosher cautioned that it could slow students down if they relied on asking it questions too often, the upside of that same coin is that the students asked Kanmigo more questions than what they might have out loud. That could prove either invaluable or a crutch to students too shy or too embarrassed to ask for further help.
I mean, like, what up, old lobster? Too shy or too embarrassed? Like, I mean, you're on Twitch. How many of your favorite streamers are like, have some difficulty interacting with like people's in meat space, right? Like, it's not unusual. Or, how many chatters have that same kind of experience? Like, I don't fucking like people. I like humanity. I just don't like people. They're weird and random and fuck me up, So, again, like, I am of the opinion that, like, the ability to just communicate directly with something that you don't feel is judging you, right? Like this is the thing. If you ask the teacher for assistance, one, you feel like you're going to be judged by the other students around you for not knowing the answer. And then you might feel like you're being judged by the teacher for not knowing the answer. And if you are really having difficulty grasping something, that teacher needs to move on because the teacher is operating off getting the highest percentage of students through the process, right? And no shade on the teachers. It's just the nature of the way that we have constructed our educational system, right? This is just how it is, unfortunately. But the AI is patient as hell. I work at a university having a consistent frustration-free learning environment. Oh, a consistent frustration-free learning environment that moves at your speed is critical. Absolutely. Like, I mean, one of the things with college students is how they have to go through, and they're like, they have to take way too many classes because they have to cram everything in because they only have a limited amount of time, and and again, capitalism, because money, right? If we could construct education to literally move at the speed of the student, then we get better outcomes. It's really that simple. Any teacher will tell you that. One-on-one is the best way at getting that attention, and not having to pretend, not having to feel bad because you're asking a whole bunch of questions and like that. Yeah, of course, safety is an issue. Parents seem pretty excited about it. Still, the jury's out on whether this will prove to be an optimal way of educating a child to be critical, thoughtful, and curious, or if it will simply end up grooming them to be so-called prompt engineer. I think that curiosity is inherent, and we actively have to not engage with it. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a net positive. Or the blacksmith just swinging. There's another one on the copyright lawsuits. When is this from? This is from April 3rd. Okay, this is the part. The plaintiffs in the class action lawsuit describe Stable Diffusion as a complex collage tool that contains compressed copies of its training images. If this were true, the case would be a slam dunk for the plaintiffs. But experts say it's not true. Eric Wallace, a computer scientist at the University of California, Berkeley, told me in a phone interview that the lawsuit had technical inaccuracies and was stretching the truth a lot. Wallace pointed out that Stable Diffusion is only a few gigabytes in size, far too small to contain compressed copies of all or even very many of its training images. The question is referenced by the previous article was even if it holds a copy of that temporarily, then that could be an issue here. In reality, Stable Diffusion works by first converting a user's prompt into a latent representation, a list of numbers summarizing the contents of the image. Just as you can identify a point on the Earth's surface based on its latitude and longitude, Stable Diffusion characterizes image based on their coordinates in the picture space. It then converts this latent representation into an image. There's an article here Again, this will all be in the Discord. There's an article here. It was very technical. But if you want to understand more about how Stable Diffusion works, this is a good article. If you ask Stable Diffusion to draw a watercolor painting of a golden retriever at the beach, it will produce a picture like the one in the upper left corner of this image. This one right here. To do this, it first converts the prompt to a corresponding latent representation. That is a list of numbers summarizing the elements that are supposed to be in the picture. May be a positive value in the 17th position indicates a dog. A negative number in the 54th position represents a beach. A positive value in the 73rd position means a watercolor painting, and so forth. Made those numbers up for illustrative purposes. The real latent representation is more complicated and not easy for humans to interpret. In any event, though, there will be a list of numbers that correspond to the prompt, and Stable Diffusion uses this latent representation to generate an image. Okay? So it's a stretch, a significant stretch, to say that even that AI is copying people, except in the broadest possible sense, right? Like, that's how you end up with, watermarks in there you go. Blonde, brunette, redhead. It's some Matrix shit right there, right? The process for training an image generation software like Stable Diffusion is similar, except that it happens on a vastly larger scale. The training process uses a pair of networks designed to first map an image into latent space and then reproduce the original image using only its latent representation. Much like a novice painter, the system initially does a terrible job. The first image generated by the network will look like random noise, but after each image, the software grades itself on its success or failure and adjusts its parameters so it will do a slightly better job on the next image. The keyword here is slightly. Each training image should only have a small influence on the network's behavior. And this is, I can't remember who I was talking to. But like when you make changes, like I have quite extensive prompts at this point and quite extensive negative prompts. If I'm going to change something, I usually only change one or two elements to that, because if you change too many elements, it's science, right? You don't want to change a bunch of stuff as you're working through to try and figure something out. You want to change as few elements as possible so that you can really dial in on where the thing that you're looking for is. The network learns general features of dogs, beaches, watercolor paintings, and so on, but it's not supposed to learn how to reconstruct any particular training image. Doing this is known as overfitting, and network designers work hard to avoid it. This is important because copyright law protects creative expression, but not facts about the world. You can copyright a particular painting of a dog, but you can't copyright the fact that dogs have 2 eyes, 4 legs, a tail, and so forth. So a network that avoids overfitting will be on safer legal ground. I mean, okay, so This example comes courtesy of this paper by researchers at Google and several universities. On the left is an image of Anne Graham Lotz, daughter of famed evangelist Billy Graham, from Stable Diffusion's training data. It's also on Lotz's Wikipedia page. On the right is a picture of Lotz generated by Stable Diffusion. It's not a perfect copy, but it clearly is a copy. Yeah, you can't argue that. Stable Diffusion doesn't generate direct copies like this very often. Researchers tried to reproduce 350,000 images from Stable Diffusion's training set, but only succeeded with 109 of them, a success rate of 0.03%, and in ordinary use, with users who aren't trying to get the software to reproduce training images, verbatim copies like this should be even less common. Yeah, so here's a question. Like, is the watermark of Getty Images trademark, like, under copyright? Huh. Which one is this? See, that's trust. I don't even look. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is the original article. But that's trust. I didn't even look. I just trusted that you were giving me you have earned this trust, and if you betray it, that that's it. And we declare war on France and invade your castle. I'm a simple man. Oh, la la la. So yeah. OpenAI and Microsoft facing a lawsuit over GitHub Copilot. Code completion AI derived from GPT-3. It's likely only a matter of time before these companies face lawsuits for using copyrighted text to train. Oh. All right. Yeah, so if the plaintiffs win, and based on my reporting, that seems like a real possibility that would throw this nascent industry into chaos. And it's basically my point. I feel like, yeah, large companies like Google, Microsoft, and Meta would have an inherent advantage here. Not only would they have the cash to sign licensing deals with major copyright holders like Getty, they may also be able to get permission to use user data to train their models. So we'll have to see. We will have to see. I'm no lawyer, but I think it's going to come down to interpretation, how the work is created. Yeah, like I can see, right? Like I don't have enough data to say it is going to do this, right? Based on the way that I know things operate, I am generally leaning towards the idea that there's going to be arbitration and people are going to license stuff, and then there are going to be data sets. Yeah, like we are not. It's not going to stop AI. It's just going to make things weird for a minute. There's an ongoing and heated debate about whether generative AI, like the technology that powers ChatGPT, is either an overblown parlor trick or an existential threat to humanity that's already raging out of control. The truth is, of course, some more nuanced point between these two extremes, but no matter which side you're on, you should realize it's already powerful enough to reshape industries and provoke another transformational shift in the broader working world. I'm not going to name names, but someone earlier today used ChatGPT to assist them in their work, and according to them, what would have taken them about a week, they did in about an hour and a half. Just saying, you should just use the AI, kids. It's an odd feeling being employed in one of the industries that seems likely to be most impacted by the changes wrought by generative AI, as I am here. I told my boss I'm using it, but I'm union protected. I wouldn't, I don't know that I would have told anyone, right? In a work context, You're technically in a learning environment through business solution supports. Yeah, like I don't know. Overall, it's becoming clear that the fields that will feel it most will be white collar and knowledge workers. It turns out it's much harder to program a real world robot to be able to interact with and manipulate its surroundings than it is to create a virtual sophist or a bot that groks the secret power language of code. Yeah, like I'm. A few things are becoming clear regarding where and how generative AI can already excel and genuinely replace a human equivalent. It is exceedingly good at replicating the bland, toothless communication style prized in internal external missives by large corporates whose primary motivating factor is most of those messages avoiding offense. Basically, it's perfectly fluent in corp speak and pretty decent at bland and uninspired marketing copy, which probably makes up a significant percentage of the demand for marketing copy in terms of volume. Like with a knife analogy in the headline, these scattered use cases feel innocuous at first, time-saving and productivity-enhancing helpers in a few instances. Who doesn't want to offload that high-level executive summary or exsanguinate their company-wide email to ensure it gets across the basic points in a way that's guaranteed to never approach even a hint of offense? And who hasn't dreaded having to write a brief description of an online seminar or a 200-word bio for a speaking engagement? And like the transcription programs are pretty impressive at this point, especially if you have quality audio, right? So there would be like initially like a setup for that kind of thing where like it's going to be important to have quality audio. So please, 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 let's put an end to leftist audio. Let's help every one of these AI people doing Zoom calls and releasing the stuff to like get a good mic. It's not that expensive, and everyone will be happier with it. Like, you will be able to record your stuff and be able to reference it and search it. Can you imagine a theoretical AI programmer, brah, who's out there listening to me right now? Like, you could have your ideas in a searchable format. Doesn't that sound amazing? So glad the gaming headset is dying. To be honest, my gaming headset, which wasn't that expensive, it was like $40. Um, puts out a pretty good audio. But yeah. Um, I know I kind of like the cans when I'm streaming. But I don't know. Like I know some people do speakers and then just set their, their gate up high, and some people use like smaller I don't know what that is. AT2020. What is it? Do I know what that is? Hold up. AT2020. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is what is it? It's like an ATX 2000 something. I would have to check my my Amazon, which I'm not going to do right now. But this is what Levelhead told me to get, and like you want to know audio. If you don't know audio, Levelhead is a good person to talk to because they're very particular. So yeah, like just strap in. And we covered this yesterday in like why AI might lie, right? So ChatGPT is making up fake Guardian articles. Here's how we respond. Now, this headline right here, it's making up fake citations of Guardian articles that don't exist. Not making up fake articles, right? Like the implication is that it's writing this shit. Like last month, one of our journalists received an interesting email. A researcher had come across mention of a Guardian article written by the journalist on a specific subject from a few years before. But the piece was proving elusive on our website and in search. Had the headline perhaps been changed since it was launched? Had it been removed intentionally from the website because of a problem we'd identified? Or had we been forced to take it down by the subject of the piece through legal means? The reporter couldn't remember writing this specific piece, but the headline certainly sounded like something they would have written. It was a subject they were identified with and have a record of covering. Worried that there may have been some mistake at our end, they asked colleagues to go back through our system to track it down. Despite the detailed records we keep of all our content, and especially around delegations or deletions or legal issues, they could find no trace of its existence. Why? Because it had never been written. Luckily, the researcher had told us that they had carried out their research using ChatGPT. In response to being asked about articles on the subject, the AI had simply, love that, made some up. Its fluency and the vast training data it's built on meant that the existence of the invented piece even seemed believable to a person who absolutely hadn't written it. Okay, so yes. Because the child is young, you should verify what it's telling you if you need to cite it as a source. So I think applying the concept of lying indicates thinking about an outcome. Agreed. Like when I'm saying lying, I am saying providing information other than is factual. I view the inaccuracies these systems provide like an extra finger in an AI image. It's found some sort of connection in language between whatever data points it has and connects them. John Doe may have written an article about two separate topics, but if the systems in the back end connect the dots, you have a lie. Yeah, like, this is the thing is, okay, so we understand that in the engagement economy, people need to hook people. And the current hot topic is artificial intelligence. So you have to have content based on artificial intelligence, which is why Johnny Olives did his piece and why Adam Conover did his piece is because you have to talk about it. If you're not talking about AI, then you're missing out on something that's currently in the public zeitgeist. Same is true for the paper. Now, they have something to work with here that is directly related to what they do, but in the same way, that's why this exists, right? Is because you have to do something about AI. Yeah. And I mean, like ChatGPT, the fact that it took off in 5 days, is like, you're going to have to talk about that. Right here. From a cold start in November, registered 100 million monthly users in January. TikTok took 9 months. And, TikTok is huge. In doing this, we have found that, along with asking how we can use generative AI, we are reflecting more and more on what journalism is for and what makes it valuable. We are excited by the potential, but our first task must be to understand it, evaluate it, and decode its potential impact on the wider world. So what I would like to see is more reporting, right? More individual reporting. Oh, God. Killing me, Smalls. What did the stupid people do now? Australian mayor prepares world's first defamation lawsuit over ChatGPT content. ChatGPT falsely identified Brian Hood as a guilty party in foreign bribery scandal. In reality, he blew the whistle on the legal scheme. And you need to register to keep reading. You want to know what you can do to help out with... no, it is interesting. But right here, this is like, yes, like I understand I could do it later. It's still free to read and like that. But my first instinct once I saw this was like, am I going to do this? Even registering is free. Nothing is free, champ. If it was free, you wouldn't have me do it. What is it that you want something from me, right? If I click, I'll do it later, I can see it. So this is not a paywall, right? It may, right? Okay, so there's a huge difference between prepares and may. Oh, God. Members of the public told him ChatGPT. Members of the public. Okay, so a man and his wife who used ChatGPT had him falsely named as a guilty party. And they sent a letter of concern. If Hood sues, yeah, he's not suing. I'm sure there's some caveat in the EULA to use ChatGPT that indicates that it might not provide factual information and that you should verify it and something like that is going to get them out of this. It would potentially be a landmark moment in the sense that it's applying this defamation law to a new area of artificial intelligence and publication in the IT space. Except again, it's not, right? Like this is just not going to happen. And maybe like, yes, I'm not an expert on Australian law, and they may have different rules, but he's not suing anybody. So yeah, I'm all for better reporting. So we got this. This will be posted in the Discord. It has a nice subset of videos of the different jobs that could be created, and talks about those jobs in specific. And they got accountants, content moderators, legal assistants, proofreaders, traders, stock traders, transcribers, graphic designers, customer service, soldiers, and writers. And we've talked about all these things before on the channel. So these are like, if you want to look at some specific examples of how these things are going to affect you if you work in one of these industries, then this will be available in the Discord. Yeah, no, like, so, and for people who don't understand the way that lawyers work, like, they work via precedent, generally speaking, right? Like, a lot of law is just finding how the law applies in this particular case from all these precedents, and it's sorting through all this law. If law.ai codified all the laws in the United States, both nationally and by state and by domain, then it would be easily searchable, and like it could eliminate the entire, all those portions of the legal domain, like, and then you just end up with people who have to go to court and yell at each other in front of an audience, right? That's what would remain of law at that point in time. So I can't say I'd want to be judged by a robot, but there's a bunch of issues, like if you've been pulled over by a cop and you were doing something, then like the cop, you can try to work the cop to try and let you off, but in an AI law, it would be, generally speaking, very black and white, right? So found all that out while filling out LLC paperwork recently. You can ask it specific questions for specific state form, and it gives you the nuance in your context. Right? Like, it definitely, all the lawyers that you see for forms, form lawyers, they're done. Right? Why am I going to pay $200 to sit in your office and talk to you about a thing when I can literally just pull an old lobster and type it into ChatGPT and boom, I'm a business? All right. That's it for the news. We knocked it out in an hour. I feel good about that. Time for video content. Means we have to mute this. Time for video content. And mean, I'm in a spot where I'm privileged to be able to take the risk of an emerging tech, keeping me legal, so I hopefully can help others when I find. Yeah, no, like that. I mean, what you're doing, I think, is what more people need to do, right? Like, try and see how they can, maximize this to make them, to put them ahead of the pack, because we live in a capitalism, like people who are fighting, if you don't have access to it, you don't have access to it, right? And I'd prefer that you had access to it, but you don't. However, the people who are actively fighting this are going to, depending on the domain, find themselves either just fine because they're in a place, that artisanal space where people want a human created thing in this context, or they're doing themselves a disadvantage because they're not taking advantage of something that is going to give them that edge. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's about death. Yeah, next week we got a bunch of interesting shows as well. Let's talk about what life actually is, by definitionally speaking. And then as we go through this, I'm going to show you some examples of things that are not alive but are.
Science has a very specific checklist of items used to define life. This checklist includes both properties and activities that living things do. All living things must have these characteristics.
Must is an interesting word there, as we'll discover,
in order to be considered alive. We'll begin with the properties of life. These are descriptions, things that classify organisms that are alive.
Okay, first off, get one of these, right? Because I can hear you breathing through your nose into the mic.
The first property of life is having a definite form and limited size.
All right, so we made it that far. And now we have to talk about our friend. Is it in this list? No, it must be the other list. Let us duplicate. Let us pause. Let's go to our streaming playlist. Or not the streaming, the AI playlist. Sorry. Where is it? You didn't get rid of it, did you? I saw 2 videos that were removed. Here we go.
Computer will be just as alive as you are, and that future starts today. Anthony here for D News. Slime mold. We've talked about this, Physarum polycephalum. It's a slime mold that exhibits a lot of the qualifications we have for something to be intelligent. It's pretty amazing. Check out our last video. But now, researchers from the University of the West of England found out that they might be even more amazing. They might be a building block in the creation of living computers. So here's the deal. Computers have these components called resistors. They regulate the flow of electricity. They're the bits that switch between 0 and 1 and help the computer carry out calculations. A computer has millions or billions of these things, all switching back and forth depending on what electrical charge is running through them. A memristor is a resistor that can remember the position it was in when you stopped running electricity through it. Think about that. A computer that when you lose power remembers exactly what it was doing and instantly goes back to it. That is way more foolproof and energy efficient than anything we have now. So the problem with memristors is they don't technically exist. Some are in the works, but nobody can show anything off just yet. But enter the slime mold, the beautiful, efficient slime mold. You run voltage through it and it reacts, it sort of braces itself. And it does it in the same amount for the same voltage every time. And it remembers the last voltage that went through it. It stays in that position. A single-celled, naturally occurring memristor. Pretty nuts. So why not use it in computers right now? Well, it's a living thing. It's got a lifespan. Can't be in a permanent computer, but you might remember that P. polycephalum is very adept at pathfinding. It actually finds the shortest, most accurate route to food.
Yeah, none of the ethical issues about taking a living thing and turning it into a computer and shocking it with voltage, right? Like, just blew right past that. Right? Just, it has a lifespan. It might die.
Or other survival stimulus. The team thinks they could put metal nanoparticles into the slime mold and then let it draw out circuits before it dies. Imagine a cave that needs lighting. You put the mold in the darkest part of the cave and it grows out, finding the most efficient route to the surface. And when the mold dies, you've got all the wiring you need to efficiently light and power that cave and monitor brightness. Why do we want to do this? Why do we want living computers? In the last few months, we've seen a lot of them. DNA was used as a hard drive. MIT made these tiny computers inside cells that use sugars as a slide rule. Researchers used a few human neurons in a petri dish to control a power grid. What do we get out of this stuff? Well, those neurons calculate electrical grid needs faster and more accurately than our current network, and they're super cheap to make. All this stuff is. We get computers as small as the ones we make now without the exorbitant costs of manufacturing them. Living things are resilient and self-replicating. A tiny single-cell computer placed into a human being could help control and regulate health problems at a genetic level. Eventually, we could have inexpensive, self-repairing systems running everything on our planet and keeping us in optimal health. Or a spooky, super intelligent slime overlord that controls us from inside our bodies. You have to admit that both are pretty impressive. How do you feel about biological computers, Internet? I say bring on the wetware. Let me know down.
Okay, I like him. But the point here is the slime mold. The slime mold is a single-celled organism that doesn't have a definite form and doesn't have a limited size. So this is admittedly, this is the Florida PASS program, right? So, Florida, and I'm not sure what PASS is, but I assume it's educational, but strike one, right? Like, this is Biology A Unit 2. Slime molds are alive, don't have a definite form, don't have a limited size.
For example, you can look at this organism and tell that it's a squirrel. Here's another squirrel. They're different individuals, each with their own characteristics, but you can still recognize them as being a squirrel, as opposed to this, for example, which is a rabbit. Rabbits have their own characteristics that classify them as rabbits, and squirrels have their own characteristics that characterize them as squirrels. Therefore, they have definite form and limited size.
ChatGPT says post-secondary academic support service, but it wasn't services, but it wasn't sure. Post-secondary yesterday I watched Cody Shody with Paradigm. It was Cody Shody, and like people are using the term long-termism, which just annoys the shit out of me. It's like long-term thinking, but it's long-termism and long-term-ish, and it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? This is how like weird. I hate it. Do you need me to check the art channel
The
right
next
now?
characteristic is having a limited lifespan.
Okay,
All things
round 2. All things that are alive at some point in time will die. This one I know is in here. So it's weird then that we have
10 immortal animals.
10
Do you want to
immortal
live forever?
animals.
That would be something incredible and an impossible dream at the same time. But there are some animals having that power. You can live forever. Come with me to see immortality is not just a myth. Schmidti mediterranea. There are some animals such as lizards, salamanders, zebrafish, or axolotls that can regenerate amputated body parts and getting them worked like new ones. How amazing it would be if you could do it, don't you
The
think?
20-ton woman.
This planaria or flatworm is an expert in the matter, and it can even recover its head with brain included. But why is that? Basically for 2 things. The first one, if because of the pluripotent stem cells which are capable of getting divided and creating an exact copy of themselves. Another one is the WNT signaling pathway. That would be like a PC cable connection. These vias pass signals into cells. The Schmidti mediterranea keeps these vias in off mode so it can regenerate even so decapitation is total or it gets its tail cut off. This was proven when they made the Schmidti's cousin, the Dendrochilium lacteum, regenerate itself. The most incredible thing is that it gets such a complete regeneration that its body is exactly the same than before. And if you have the guts to cut the Mediterranean into little pieces, a new animal will arise from each one. American lobster. I bet you know this one. The American lobster is one of the long-lived and most delicious species that you've ever tasted in a seafood restaurant. Its longevity isn't something that keeps you up at nights, but just for the record, the lobster can live as long as 50 or 100 years and even more.
Okay, so that's not
Why is that?
immortal.
Scientists say the American lobster ages at a different rate. Its metabolism is slow because it lives in cold waters. In addition, it's more fertile over the years, so an adult lobster is better than a young lobster. Its immortality is due to the continuous regeneration of its DNA. It is 7.87 to 23.6 inches in length and weighs 0.8 to 8 pounds approximately, but it can weigh up to 35.27 pounds. In 2009, in the United States, a 140-year-old lobster was caught. This culinary delicacy can live longer than you and I, but that doesn't diminish the tastiness of this almost immortal crustaceous.
Oh man, that's good.
Greenland shark. The Greenland shark is the oldest vertebrae on Earth. Along its life, it's gone through revolutions, wars, births, dismantled empires, but how? This happens because it lives under extremely frozen temperatures, which makes it have a slow growth and metabolism. That's why the Greenland shark reaches sexual maturity at the age of 100.
I mean, technically, the flatworm, I think, could be immortal. They didn't establish that it dies, and if it's able to reproduce itself like that, like under optimal conditions, right? Like it wouldn't die. You know, I suppose if you tried to kill it, it would die. But the lobster is definitely like, you know, it's just old. It's not immortal.
150. What about you? Could you be a kid for 150 years? I don't think so. It's been difficult to determine the correct age of the Greenland shark found, but thanks to the radiocarbon dating applied to the crystalline lens, it's been estimated that it can live up to 512 years. So now you know, if you want to live longer, try living in a cold place.
So cold.
Leaning heavily into the
Tardigrade.
Simpsons meme. Now, here we go.
It's difficult to identify at first sight and technically indestructible. The tardigrade, also known as water bear, it is famous for being the most resilient animal in nature. It is only 0.012 to 0.020 inches in length, and some of them can be up to 0.047 inches. It can live up to 60 years, and even if you burn it, dry it, or irradiate it, the tardigrade won't be destroyed. It's everywhere. There are plenty of species of these little ones, and it can survive in the highest mountains or deepest ocean.
All right. Also, technically not immortal.
It endures
Not
a temperature
technically,
of
it's not
minus
immortal.
328
It only
degrees
lives to be
Fahrenheit
60.
and a high temperature of 302 degrees Fahrenheit.
But it is a forever pet. You know, you can have a tardigrade or a bunch of tardigrades as a pet. They would occupy a very small amount of space, and they are adorable.
In addition, it's immune to radiations that you and almost all animals would find lethal. The tardigrade can spend 30 years without food or water and even live in the space. As long as the sun shines on Earth, the water bear will survive. Long live the tardigrade. Ocean quahog. This is the most long-lived animal of all, and the most used for seafood dishes. It is difficult and complicated to determine the age of this mollusk. However, you could use the same system implemented to estimate the tree's age, since both this mollusk and the tree have concentric rings that can be counted to determine their longevity. In 2006, a team of researchers found on the ocean floor a clam that was supposedly 400 years old, and they called it Ming, just like the Chinese dynasty. This clam got into the Guinness World Records, but unfortunately this almost immortal mollusk died while its age was being estimated. By counting the rings of its shell, the conclusion was that
Is there anything more human? More human than exactly that? It's like we tried to figure out how old it was and we killed it.
Ming, the clam from Iceland, had lived 507 years. Its death wasn't in vain, because scientists found out the little mollusk's longevity and analyzed the climatic history of the North Atlantic in the last 500 years. Do you think you could have lived for 500 more years?
Yeah, well, maybe it didn't want to be a scientist, right? Like maybe it just wanted to be a clam and instead you killed it.
Leave it in the comments.
Bruh. Bruh. Maybe this is translated, right? Like maybe this is released in another country, and then they just did a English overdub.
We are so old.
Aldabra giant tortoise.
No, that's just old. Here we go. This is closer.
Dra.
Yeah, he did.
I'm sure you knew nothing about this animal. The Hydra has the special gift of immortality, so you can't say this video is a clickbait because here is what you wanted to see.
Thank you.
Actually, it's no big deal. This is a tiny species that can be found in any swamp, but it doesn't die. The Hydra is green, long, and 1.8 inches in length. It doesn't even have a brain, but under proper conditions, the Hydra is capable of extending its life forever or so. Wait, what? Does it live forever? That's correct. Its secret is to regenerate itself. A Hydra can get broken into pieces and stay alive like nothing had happened. Besides, from each little piece, a perfectly healthy new Hydra is born. For one so small, it can live for many years, and it breaks the rules by being 3 days old and able to reproduce. And if there are other animals that can reproduce that fast, the Hydra must only live for a month, but that's not so, and scientists tried to find the answer to be immortal in this little friend.
Hydra.
Bowhead whale.
Okay, I'm gonna say, yeah, it like there is that, and that's another thing that I'm looking for. Immortal jellyfish. Specifically, I was looking for the flatworm. I was looking for the hydra, and now we're
This deep sea sponge.
let's try out this.
Photosynthesis.
A sponge might seem harmless, but if it is about this one, it can be almost immortal. The siliceous deep sea sponge can reach lengths of 9.8 feet. Its spicule, which is part of the poriferous skeleton, might last for about 11,000 years, so this is one of the most long-lived animals on the planet. It would have been interesting to live since beginning of civilizations until now. How many good stories you would have to tell, don't you think? Awesome. Immortal jellyfish. So many centuries looking for the fountain of youth, the elixir of life, and it was always this little jellyfish, which remains young and never dies. With only 0.78 inches in diameter, this little one never dies from natural death unless it's eaten up by its predators, but if there's no predator around, it lives up to its name. The immortal jellyfish was discovered in the 19th century. It was recently found that the immortal jellyfish has such a regeneration power that it gets old and goes back to its early stages of life. Imagine being old and then a kid forever. Also, may your wounds heal and you regenerated. Spectacular! The immortal jellyfish has this superpower because it uses the transdifferentiation. That is, a process in which one mature somatic cell transforms into another mature somatic cell, just like it happens with stem cells in humans.
Tiny things that didn't have evolutionary pressure to die or didn't have a need to fight for resources, since at their scale resources must seem infinite. That's a good question. And I suppose we can ask Greg that later. But the thing to look at here is that you don't have to die to be considered alive, right? And this is one of the terms presented in here as what qualifies as alive, And where'd we get to? Squirrels, limited size. So the first two, we have found representations that break those rules. And
Plant, an animal.
Admittedly, I understand that these are exceptions, right? Like under normal circumstances, we look for the trend. We don't look for the outliers. But the outliers are important in this regard because they open the door for other definitions of life outside of this one, right? What's next?
A fungus or a bacterium. All of them die at some point. The third item is that living things are made of cells. Cells are
I don't have anything that breaks this one. As far as I know, everything that's living currently is made up of cells, but there is the argument of whether or not viruses count as being alive and they aren't cells. So there is that.
For the basic unit of life. Here you can see plant cells, algal cells, and even human cells. All of them have similar characteristics that allow them to be classified as cells, and we'll talk more about that later. Because all living things are made up of one or more cells, they therefore are also made up of cytoplasm. Cytoplasm.
This one feels like you're stretching to add something to the list, because if they have cells, then they have cytoplasm, then these are the same rule, right? Right?
Is the fluid part of the cell.
Right?
Here it is shown by the arrow. 70% of the cell is made up of this
again, it's
fluid-like
Florida, right?
substance
So
called cytoplasm. The next item uses only chemical energy.
now this would be like when we talk to Greg, one of the things that I want to talk about is like what would define digital life, like in that regard, and the chemical energy thing. If that is a thing, then we might run into an issue. But I can think of an extended process, just not a direct process.
Anything that's alive must consume energy in some form.
Now, consuming energy is different than chemical energy.
Humans have to eat food. So do snakes. So does mold. And even simple organisms like an amoeba. Even plants need to take in energy from the sun, but they use that energy from the sun to create chemical energy in the form of glucose. The next characteristic on the list of properties is adaptation. Organisms are adapted for their environment. This cactus, for example, is adapted to a dry environment. This lizard is adapted by the fact that it has camouflage to blend in with its environment. This helps it to avoid predators. These caterpillars have adaptation to survive in their habitat, and this jelly has adaptations to survive in its habitat. All of these organisms are the result of evolution, thousands and thousands of years of change that is accumulated to make them well suited to their environment. This is a characteristic of all living things.
All right. So we were able to at least draw questions about a couple of those. So let's see what NASA has to say.
Stated Clearly presents How to Spot an Alien According to NASA's Definition of Life. NASA and other space agencies currently have hundreds of satellites, multiple...
Why do we have Indonesian subtitles, yo?
probes, high-powered telescopes, rovers, and even a manned space station out exploring the cosmos. Many of these tools are equipped with cameras, and some with chemistry kits, able to help us spot alien life. So far, the existence of alien life has not yet been confirmed, but aside from little green men with laser guns as depicted in sci-fi, what might aliens actually be like? If we were to find a smear of strange goo on Mars, for example, would we even be able to tell if it were alive? Biologists have been asking these types of questions not about aliens, but about unusual specimens found here on Earth for well over a century. Suppose for a moment that while exploring in a cave, you happen to discover two cotton-white puffballs apparently growing on the side of a rock. Could they be alive? Fungus perhaps, or maybe real-life tribbles? To help solve these kinds of mysteries, scientists have come up with various list definitions of life, similar to this one here. It's a series of traits that living things typically all have, but that non-living things normally lack. These lists help us ask...
And this is obviously a different list than, you know, the previous video. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ask useful questions about puzzling specimens. Question number 1, do your mystery creatures grow? Well, maybe. 2 of them were found and one is larger than the other. That said, storms, lakes, crystals, and fires can also grow, but they don't really qualify as life now, do they? Time to ask more questions. Can the puffballs reproduce? So far you haven't witnessed it happen, but there are 2 of them, so again, maybe. That said, fires can also reproduce by sending out a spark, but we don't consider fires to be alive. Time to check a third item on our list. Are the mystery specimens made of cells? Almost all living things are, except for viruses. This, by the way, is one of several reasons that viruses are not considered alive by some biologists. A thorough inspection under the microscope suggests that our specimen has no cells. They might be buried inside somewhere, but the puffballs themselves, though they are somewhat soft, appear to be made of flexible crystals rather than cells. Further testing shows that our specimens also seem to lack other traits from our list definition. Largely convinced that they are not alive, you use a cup of coffee to bribe a geologist for a free consultation. She informs you that what you have found are oakenite crystals. Your specimens are not living things. While the list definition of life is not perfect, we've already seen that it has trouble helping us categorize viruses, for example, it is fairly handy for people that study modern living creatures here on Earth. The list definition is not very useful, however, for at least two special groups of researchers. Exobiologists, people investigating the possibility of alien life in the cosmos, and prebiotic chemists, researchers looking into the idea that life on Earth may have naturally emerged from chemical reactions, prebiotic meaning before life. If aliens do turn out to actually look like monsters or little green men with laser guns, they shouldn't be too hard to spot, but most life forms on Earth are microscopic and tricky to detect. What if alien life is too? Furthermore, life forms on Earth are extremely complex. This is even true for bacteria and archaea, the simplest critters that qualify as life according to our list definition. Alien life and the first true life forms that developed on Earth may be far simpler. But how much simpler? Without a clear and widely accepted definition of life, researchers could waste a lot of time and effort debating the significance of a new discovery. For example, back in the 50s, prebiotic chemist Sidney Fox once produced what he called proteinoid microspheres, tiny orbs that act superficially like cell membranes. When suspended in a solution full of other proteinoids, microspheres can grow and even reproduce by splitting in two. Because they can reproduce and because they could have easily formed on the early Earth, Dr. Fox initially believed that microspheres were alive and represent what the first life forms may have been like on our planet. After years of investigation and intense debate, for reasons we'll see here shortly, researchers today no longer consider microspheres to be alive. A similar confusion arose when the Viking probes sent to Mars in 1976 discovered strange chemical reactions initially thought to be signs of microbial life. While some researchers still argue that life may have actually been found by those probes, further research told us we likely just witnessed unexpected reactions caused by the strange chemistry on Mars. To help unify our thinking and avoid both false positives and false negatives in our search for life, in 1994, NASA put together a council to discuss the essential properties of living things. The result of that meeting was the production of a single sentence. A sentence now fixed in the minds of thousands of researchers, and soon to be fixed in yours. NASA's definition of life. Life, they proposed, is any self-sustaining chemical system capable of Darwinian evolution. Let me say that one more time. Life is a self-sustaining chemical system capable of Darwinian evolution. Not all scientists use this definition. Some feel it's a little bit too constraining, but if we were to discover something native to Mars that undeniably fit this definition, it would excite celebration from even the harshest of critics. They defined life as a chemical system because all living things we know of, and most all that we can imagine, are made of diverse collections of molecules and are powered by a flowing tapestry of chemical reactions. Saying that life is self-sustaining means that within a specific environment, living things can carry on without the supervision of, say, a chemist. Creatures may require distinct molecules and energy sources from their specific environments, but as long as those are supplied, life maintains itself. Under this definition, it can be easily argued that viruses and even individual genes qualify as life forms. From this perspective, the cells that genes and viruses live inside can be thought of as their environments. The cell itself, of course, is also a self-sustaining chemical system. Here we see layers of life inside of life. A fascinating new way to think about biology. Finally, to be considered alive, a system must be capable of adapting through Darwinian evolution. This requirement, though argued against by some, is extremely important because Darwinian evolution, reproduction with heritable modifications, acted upon by selection, is the most powerful natural creative process ever to be discovered. It allows organisms to accumulate adaptations over time, and is a process that all life forms on Earth, individual genes and viruses included, have access to.
Yeah, like, I mean, that is something, and also, like, I mean, the immortal jellyfish that we looked at earlier, where does that, like, we would have to know when the last time it evolved was, right? Like, something evolved to become it. But if it doesn't evolve, then it doesn't have Darwinian evolution anymore, right? Like, if it achieved the ability, like, I mean, if it achieved the ability to become immortal and hasn't evolved since, then, you know, it doesn't technically fit the definition.
Darwinian evolution is what gave the eyeball its lens, the bird its wings, and the protozoan its flagella. For Darwinian evolution to work, a chemical system must be capable of reproduction within its environment. Offspring must be capable of some form of mutation, or modification, and when a modified individual reproduces, its mutations must be passable to at least some of its offspring.
And so maybe that's it. Maybe when it produces offspring, it can still produce mutations within that offspring. I don't know.
Dr. Fox's microspheres may grow and reproduce, but they cannot pass mutations to their offspring. This means they do not have access to Darwinian evolution, and because of this, they will not accumulate positive mutations over time. They are not expected to increase in complexity. They do not qualify as living things. It's important to note that NASA's definition of life is not written in stone. Future discoveries might force us to modify it or completely rethink it. For now, however, many researchers find it incredibly useful. As we continue searching for life in the laboratory and throughout the cosmos, the definition helps unify our thinking, quickly and affordably resolve debates, and it guides the logic in the experiments we design. I'm John Perry, and that is Life, a self-sustaining chemical system capable of Darwinian evolution, stated clearly.
And I don't know, like, I don't know if it's, you know, there is that issue. What up, Kensai? Hold up, did they skip over the miscopied DNA sequencer? That's a form of evolution. Like, we are talking about, like, working definitions, and we can find what potentially could qualify as exceptions to every definition we've run in so far. You know, like the previous video we watched had, you know, basically that it had a lifespan, and we found at least 3 different immortal creatures that live on this planet. So they would not qualify as alive under that definition. And like, I'm a fan of exceptions in this because I have a particular point that I am going to be trying to make, and to me the exceptions work in my favor. And I'm going to be talking to Greg, who has particular views that are compatible with that. So it should be interesting. This is not specifically related, but is kind of. So, like, I don't know. I haven't pre-watched this. I don't know how valid it is. I know that people do experiments where, like, plants produce noise or music when run through particular devices. But like mushrooms talking with vocabulary of 50 words, like I am interested, and this person is apparently a mushroom researcher. Like, let's see if we can Google his ass and see how valid he is, according to Google. That's not him. All right, well, like, he has published work. So we'll put him in the maybe category and we'll watch his video. And it sounds like an interesting video, right?
So my notifications have been blowing up all week. I don't want to say that I'm like the talking mushroom guy, but I certainly have popularized the idea that mushrooms are talking. And recently, a study by Andrew Adamatsky, butchering it. Anyways, Andrew Adamatsky recently came out talking about mushrooms talking. Now, I've been aware of Andrew's work since 2018.
So this
paper came out.
What's with this editing? So this is an Adam. Okay. Okay, yeah. My bad. Yeah. All right. Back to it. Let's see where we're going.
In which he was looking at the spiking behavior of the pink oyster mushroom, and he basically identified that the pink oyster mushroom was giving off these electric.
Am I working? Okay, we're good. Always down for hearing out a crazy theory. I was reading an article about this, but talked about plants generally making popping sounds at ultra high frequency. Yeah, that's what I'm on too. This is exactly what I'd expect from someone who owns industrial nylon bag sealer for the home. Yeah, like, I mean, he's serious. If nothing else, we can tell my man is serious, right? Serious about what he's doing, and I respect it. Let's find out.
Voltage spikes in what he was describing as spike trains.
To measure electrical activity of fungi, we insert electrodes into the substrate. And electrodes, in turn, are connected to amplifier and analog digital converter, which in turn is connected to the laptop.
Now, recently, he just did a study where he started to analyze those spike trains, and he found by analyzing them linguistically using computer science that there may be a language consisting of up to 50 words.
We have 8 differential channels. So basically we insert 8 pairs of differential electrodes and measure potential difference between each electrode in the pair. For example, in this pair inserted in the oyster colonized substrate, we measure potential difference between white and red electrodes.
Okay, my man. Yeah, we'll back that up because my man's got a thick accent and I'm not catching every word.
We have 8 differential channels.
Thank you.
So basically we insert 8 pairs of differential electrodes and measure potential difference.
And that's so weird, right? Now that I can read the words, it's clear as day what he's saying. But like prior to that, it was not. Like it's one of the weird things. Why is the visual in tying in? I'm just saying. Mycelium Network absolutely loves Star Trek Discovery, and it's got tardigrades. Spoilers, but it does.
Between each electrode in the pair. For example, in this pair inserted in the oyster colonized substrate, we measure potential difference between white and red electrodes.
Now, this is really exciting for me because I've always sort of imagined the communication signals being sent out by the mushrooms as kind of like, sort of the communication signals that one would have between like their brain and their hands or something. But we're starting to see that they might be language. And if we look at some other work by other mycologists, we start to see that individual hyphae, I'm terrible at pronouncing these words because I just read them mostly, might have as much more autonomy than cells in our own body. And what I mean by that,
shout out to all my viewers who don't know how words that they use are pronounced, because you've only seen them written down and none of the people in your network say them out loud. So you just don't know. Like, I mean, you can find out by looking at YouTube, but I come from a time before YouTube, so.
That is that the individual hyphae are able to seek out and find nutrients by themselves, where like a cell in my finger can't find nutrients by itself. It relies on my entire body, my entire organism to do that. And then similarly, there's some evidence that mushrooms may have memory even on the individual hyphae level. And what those are the little individual cells that make up the mycelium. And so what we're seeing is that individual cells of mushrooms have more autonomy than individual cells of animals and humans, and that they might actually be sending not just communication signals, but actual language to each other, which is very... that's an exciting thing. So I got in touch with Andrew Adamatsky, and he was kind enough to send me some of his research and some videos and stuff. So we'll take a look at some of his content real quick. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in. And obviously we'll check out this reishi mushroom talking too.
And like, I've heard of this, and I don't know whether or not it's true, but like, from my understanding is that if you reach out directly to researchers, that they are willing to send you their research. Your mileage may vary, caveat, and stuff that might be behind paywalls and other things like that. Again, I learned about that on the internet. I don't know how true it is, but like, by all means, if there is something that drives you, that you have, that an active interest in, and it moves you in some kind of way, it's worth a shot to reach out to people who are doing it on that level, because they might be willing to help you. And you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so you should do that.
So
after it's published in a journal of some sort, that's generally true. Look up unpaywall extension for Firefox and Chrome. 2 additional options.
Pairs of differential electrodes are inserted into the substrate. Electrical activity is measured, and we can see it plotted on the computer screen.
I found that mushrooms actually spike. They produce the same action potential like impulses as neurons do. And the impulses, as you can see on the plot on the right, have very pronounced depolarization phase, repolarization phase, and refractory period. Trains of spikes could be different. On the plot, you can see on the left a relatively high frequency, high in terms of mushrooms, oscillations. It's period about 2 hours, and relatively low frequency oscillations or spiking, where distance between spikes is about 5 hours. So high frequency shown on the left insert, and low frequency on the right insert. So mushrooms do spike as neurons do. Would mushrooms change their electrical activity if we stimulate them optically or physically? To test, we use so-called fungal laser produced by our partner Smogu. It's thin layer of mycelium, which remind laser by texture and actually overall looks. We inserted electrodes in this fungal laser, and applied weight, about 450 grams. We found that when weight is applied, then mycelium responds with a large pronounced spike, as you can see on the first example, W star, followed by a series of smaller high-frequency spikes. When weight is removed, again we have like larger spike response and series of smaller spikes, but in amplitude they're a bit less, a bit smaller than those producing the response for the application of the load.
Yeah, so Andrew Adamaski goes on to talk about how he was able to detect various responses in mushrooms to touch stimulus, to light stimulus, and then talks about like some of the really interesting practical applications for mushrooms, things that we haven't really considered before, like mushroom as a material, like to make fake leathers or building materials, packing materials is something that we've heard about a lot, but
not to jump ahead, something that may be covered into this, but like one of the ways that you could test if this was like language, like actual like language, would be to simulate those spikes back to the mycelium and see if you get a response. I mean, that would be what like I would generally consider language to be. Language requires at least two entities in order to be language. I could be wrong on that, but like I feel like that is the minimum factor. Is like if I don't have anyone to communicate to, I don't need language. You follow me? If I take a Prozac.
Adamansky is exploring some of the ideas of using mycelium as a computer to do mushroom computing, which would be like pretty crazy if we could figure out how to like grow a computer. And also they've been doing some research.
You saw that earlier with the slime
wearables, because the mushrooms can detect when they're touched, using those to create some sort of technology, some sort of sensing technology. So this stuff is really at the forefront of mushroom research, mushroom technology.
And like again, why I want y'all to maintain your imagination and curiosity about these things and, you know, AI in general is because like it's not, we can't look at like, okay, the silicon devices that we make are going to be the AI, right? Like it could be something like we watched the other day with brain organelles, or like a mycelial silicone combo. Like there's a bunch of different ways that this could happen. And if you are, open to that thinking outside the box, like Kapar said yesterday, then you can actually you have an advantage in trying to get an outcome, So like right now, I'm thinking that we might see like this kind of combination of things where there are going to be aspects that are biological and aspects that are, technological or silicone based or silicon based or something like that. And these things working in tandem are what are going to get us to, like, if you consider our technology part of our evolution, then our next stage, and like that. The idea of the singularity, but like even on a grander scale than just becoming one with the computer is like, kind of like uniting all the kingdoms, like if you had the ability to photosynthesize, right? Like whether it was from solar panels or some aspect of chlorophyll, it doesn't matter. It's that you can do it, right? Like that. This is what I'm trying to get across. Like think weird. People who think weird get shit done.
And it's super exciting to see, that it's gained so much popularity and traction in the media. So not only are mushrooms potentially talking, but also there might be some more applications of how we can use mushrooms that we hadn't considered before. So let's finish this off with my piece of reishi music here. Now, what I do is the reishi's talking, and we're maybe picking up some of those electrical spikes. We're pretty much primarily looking at the galvanic response, which is going to have a lot of information of like water transport and things like that. And then obviously it's being translated by this synthesizer, which is made for making art. What I do is purely for art. What Andrew Adamansky does is real science. And we've actually talked a little bit about potentially me gathering some data for him, because I would love to get my hands wet in some real science and not just making art. But that said, I'm an artist. I majored in art in college.
Here's another thing, is that we as monkeys with anxiety love to classify things and put them in like is not kind of boxes. I don't know that art and science are as clearly defined. Like the amount of science that I use in the art that I create is a lot, right? Like I am dealing with a variety of different chemical reactions when I'm doing 3D printing, and when I am making resin casts, when I'm making silicone molds, all these kind of things. If I had all the free time, then, I could get back into working with Blender to create my own things, which is something I did, a couple years ago. But Blender is one of those things where you have to continue to use it. It doesn't stick in your brain if you don't. Like pretty much everything, if you're not using the skills that you're gaining, you could potentially forget them. So, in that regard, I use a lot of science in my art. There is science behind paint. And like if you're a painter, there's a difference between the way that acrylic paint and oil-based paint work, right? And those chemical reactions are an important part of your process. And I'm not a painter, so I can't really give you all the correct terminology, but there's wet edges and there's dry edges, and there's, which kind of brush you use is, your choice of implement, which is going to, produce a particular outcome, and what you use. Like some of this stuff that I use is you can't see it. Like I'm a huge fan of using glow in the dark shit and using blacklight reactive shit. You can't see that under normal conditions. What's up, GG Gula? Digital paint is additive light. Acrylic paint is subtractive light. One absorbs light, one casts light. The method of execution are the same for the creator, create the image, but not. Like, I mean, there are subtleties in there, like when you are creating the image, how you go about it. If you it's the scientific method. If you go to do a thing, you need to produce a particular outcome. You need to do it in a particular way, and this is reproducible, and you can be taught to other people. And if I do it like that, it'll do exactly that. The creative aspect of art comes into play is that I can break the rules. I, on more than one occasion, talking about a variety of different skill sets that I have passed on to other people. First, you need to learn the rules, and then you can learn how to break them. And that is, the rules is the science, and the breaking them is the art. And let's hear some mushroom music.
And then worked for a synthesizer company for a while. So without further ado, let's watch some of my art, and let's go.
That's wild. Now, it is reading signals, right? like there's a bunch of we don't knows going on here. But this is a bunch of signals that are being interpreted. But if this was, we're going to throw some highly, speculative ifs out here real quick. If this fungus is capable of communication, then we need a way to understand that communication. If it communicates via electrical signals, then we would need something like this in order to translate it into something audio that we could understand and then interpret into, descriptions. Fungus isn't communicating, it's probably just existing. What we're hearing is a result of generative art, I think. I am not saying that, like, this Adam Adamatsky is saying that funguses, that mycelium can generate language, right? 50 words. I would need to understand a lot more of what's going on. But if we were to take that language and convert it into something that we could understand, it might sound like this. That is what I'm just trying to demonstrate here. That's what we need. Is like when you watch Star Trek and they use their universal communicator. This is how that works. It takes one kind of communication and turns it into another. Now, in Star Trek, most things generally communicate via sound, but theoretically, there is an alien in the Star Trek universe who could communicate in some other way, right? Like, if a alien race were to communicate not through sound, but communicate via, chemicals like pheromones and that kind of thing, then we would need something that was capable of smelling the variations in those pheromones and then converting them either into printed text that we could read or audible words for us to understand. That's how we would communicate with something like that. I hope all that makes sense. It's like, again, I'm not saying that this is language. I'm saying that he says it's language, and I'm interested. Sort of like communicating in hieroglyphics when we don't have the intelligence to understand. Yeah, we don't know exactly what the hieroglyphics are unless we have like a Rosetta Stone or something, the intermediate layers of translation. And the more different something is from a human, the more we're going to need some sort of translating devices and stuff in order for us to understand it, But if maybe the mushroom is communicating, that's what Andrew says, and and it is still neat. That's the important thing. It's a neat concept. It's very reminiscent of like Star Wars droids, the ones who don't speak English. And that was interesting because so these closed captions are auto generated. That's what they're where's their subtitles? English auto generated. That's what we were using. So the algorithm that generates those interpreted what it was hearing as music, in spite of it lacking like rhythm or melody as we understand. Like we would not generally categorize that as music unless you're into some really like cutting edge experimental kind of shit, right? Like that would be music, in that category. But as far as generally speaking, we would not consider that music. But the algorithm did. The algorithm heard music there. And that, I think, is another interesting thing to look at. Like, it's kind of clear why it interpreted as music for that second. Yeah, like exactly. Like the sci-fi music from was it like Buck Rogers or something like that from back in the 70s and 80s, like where they had to imagine some kind of future music that sounded completely different from anything that we listen to. It's one of my issues with the way that Star Trek or Star Wars music is gone. Is like it started off, it was very like weird, and then it went like it got to be like just our music. It's so disappointing. All right. I need to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'm going to treat you to the Cats and Art be right back screen, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
Okay, and we're back. All right. So we're looking at about what looks to be about 45 minutes before we speak with Greg. Do.
Thing is, like any other shiny
Lenny!
AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
I appreciate you, homie. How you doing today? Life is bigger. Oh, I got so much stuff for next week. I don't want to get into it because it's a whole other arc. Doing okay is sometimes, Do. I'll give you some music while I figure my shit out. I saw that. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I did see that. Congratulations on doing the thing and getting it out there. I was there when James gave you the shout out for doing your channel. And y'all should go check out Lenny. What up, though? Yes, you are. It's been a year officially? Hold up. Mm. Mm. Come on, Twitch. Make your fucking website work.
I watch his stream, which is then going to create a feedback loop of him watching my stream, him stream, and then somebody's going to react to this clip. Son of a bitch, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. React to this clip. Son of a bitch, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it.
All right.
Oh God, here we go.
Follow Edge. 1 year, 1 day, 22 hours.
Yeah, there it is.
1 day, 22 hours.
Yes, sir.
Look at that beautiful recursion. I love it. I love you, Hobie. I appreciate you.
Oh my God.
I love you, Hobie.
Yes, sir. You. All good, all good. That's all I came here to say.
Right on, right on, right on.
That was cute. I forgot you were right here.
All right. I gotta find something to entertain you. But something relevant and something that I want to talk about. I feel like Kyrgyzstan has me. There's something about like how you get to alive from not alive. I thought it was in the video that we watched yesterday, but it was not going to be in that video. Under human stuff. come on, man. Oh. I appreciate your patience. Here it is. I found it. I found it.
Life is
bigger. It's bigger than you when you are not me. The lengths that I would go to.
Life is fundamentally different from dead stuff. Or is it? Physicist Erwin Schrödinger defined life this way. Living things avoid decay into disorder and equilibrium. What does this mean? Let's pretend that your download folder is the universe. It started orderly and got more and more chaotic over time. By investing energy, you can create order and clean it up. This is what living things do. But what is life? Every living thing on this planet is made of cells. Basically, a cell is a protein-based robot too small to feel or experience anything. It has the properties we just assigned to life. It has a wall that separates it from the surroundings, creating order. It regulates itself and maintains a constant state. It eats stuff to stay alive.
Now, they may just have used that language for convenience, but a protein-based robot is an interesting way to look at a cell, especially in the context of what I'm going to bring up with Greg later.
It grows and develops, it reacts to the environment, and it's subject to evolution, and it makes more of itself. But of all the stuff that makes up a cell, no part is alive. Stuff reacts chemically with other stuff, forming reactions that start other reactions, which start other reactions. In a single cell every second, several million chemical reactions take place, forming a complex orchestra. A cell can build several thousand types of protein, some very simple, some complex micromachines. Imagine driving a car at 100 kilometers an hour while constantly rebuilding every single part of it with stuff you collect from the street. That is what cells do. But no part of the cell is alive. Everything is dead matter moved by the laws of the universe. So is life the aggregate of all these reaction processes that are taking place? Eventually, every living thing will die. The goal of the whole process is to prevent this by producing new entities. And by this, we mean DNA. Life is, in a way, just a lot of stuff that carries genetic information around. Every living thing is subject to evolution, and the DNA that develops the best living thing around it will stay in the game. So, is DNA life then? If you take DNA out of its hull, it certainly is a very complex molecule, but it can't do anything by itself. This is where viruses make everything more complicated. They are basically strings of RNA or DNA in a small hull and need cells to do something. We're not sure if they count as living or dead. And still, there are 225 million cubic meters of viruses on Earth. They don't seem to care what we think of them. There are even viruses that invade dead cells and reanimate them so they can be a host for them, which blurs the line even more. Or mitochondria. They are the power plants of most complex cells and were previously free living bacteria that entered a partnership with bigger cells. They still have their own DNA and can multiply on their own, but they are not alive anymore. They are dead. So they traded their own life for the survival of their DNA, which means living things can evolve into dead things as long as it's beneficial to their.
After this video, I need to look into that to understand why mitochondria is dead. I know I've watched this video before, but that escaped me somehow.
Their genetic code. So, maybe life is information that manages to ensure its continued existence. But what about AI? Artificial intelligence. By our most common definitions, we are very close to creating artificial life in computers. It's just a question of time before the technology we build gets there. And this is not science fiction either. There are a lot of smart people actively working on this. You could already argue that computer viruses are alive. Okay, so what is life then? Things? Processes? DNA? Information? This got confusing very fast. One thing is for sure, the idea that life is fundamentally different from non-living things because they contain some non-physical element or are governed by different principles than inanimate objects turns out to be wrong. Before Charles Darwin, humans drew a line between themselves and the rest of living things. There was something magical about us that made us special. Once we had to accept we are, like every living being, a product of evolution, we drew a different line. But the more we learn about what computers can do and how life works, the closer we get to creating the first machine that fits our description of life, the more our image of ourselves is in danger again. And this will happen sooner or later. And here's another question for you. If everything in the universe is made of the same stuff, does this mean everything in the universe is dead, or that everything in the universe is alive? That it's just a question of complexity? Does this mean we can never die because we were never alive in the first place? Is life and death an irrelevant question, and we haven't noticed it yet? Is it possible we are much more part of the universe around us than we thought? Don't look at us. We don't have any answers for you, just questions for you to think about. After all, it's thinking about questions like this that makes us feel alive and gives us some comfort.
And like going back to the conversation in the videos we watched yesterday, like if life is not so easily defined and has clear lines to it, then consciousness might not have those same lines, which leans into the everything has consciousness theory, which again hurts my brain, but just because something hurts our brain doesn't mean it's wrong. Mitochondria is dead, which sounds like a band. No, this is mitochondria involved in cell death. How about you know what we're doing. Let's see if our friend can. What up, Sir Yogi One? I'm going through a spanner in the work, or going to throw a spanner in the works. Aboriginal Australians believe inanimate objects alive being a culture for 80,000+ years. Yeah, like I am like surface level aware of like, you know, the dream time and some of the things that relate to Aboriginal culture. Like I'm not anywhere near an expert. And like I am a hardcore materialist, right? Like I'm a hardcore materialist, but hardcore materialist. So the idea, no, you're fine. Like I fat thumb so much. I blame it on my keyboard, but I fat thumb so much when I'm typing in chats. Hardcore materialist, right? Like hardcore atheist, hardcore materialist, hardcore. And to have to allow to my wife yesterday that like the idea of a universal consciousness might not be like as far out of the park, you know. It was like fine, you know. It's like all right, so let us see what ChatGPT has to say. Are mitochondria alive? Mitochondria are not considered to be fully alive in the same way that organisms like plants and animals and bacteria are alive. They are organelles that are found within the eukaryotic cells, which are cells of organisms such as plants, animals, and fungi. Mitochondria are involved in cellular respiration, which is positive. It's more about mitochondria. Therefore, while mitochondria have some characteristics of living things, they are generally considered to be organelles rather than independent living organisms. So, what is an organelle? An organelle is a specialized subunit within a cell that has a specific function. Organelles are typically membrane-bound structures that are found within eukaryotic cells, which are the cells of organisms. We did that. Examples of organelles are nucleus, mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus, lysosomes, peroxisomes, and chloroplasts. Each organelle has a specific function and plays a key role in the overall function and survival of the cell. So, the cell is made up of things that are not alive and somehow makes a step into becoming alive. And this is what, like, I attempted to do a Google search, right? Now, admit, like, I didn't try too hard because ChatGPT exists. But ChatGPT was capable of providing me with the information. And, you know, again, for a given value of, like, being able to trust the information that you're getting. It's just, most of this that I know sounds right. I could verify it, you know, through another, like, can you provide a citation? Right. But even more so because, like, your organs are composed of things that are alive, but then they themselves don't do anything unless they are within the totality, right? Like, if your heart pumps blood, but if it's not in the body, it's not doing a thing. And then it provided me with Molecular Biology of the Cell, 6th edition. And then we just do a little quick Google search. And there it is. Right? And that is the level of, what you call it? Like, I forgot the word. and I don't even know how to describe the word I'm looking for. But like, this is what you should do to verify that what you're looking at is correct. I asked for a citation. It provided me a citation. I did a Google search. Eventually, the entire process will get itself to the point where it doesn't, that added step that I take is not even there. And it will have that connection to and it's like, it's got all the chats I've done. Oh, this is one of my favorites. Write a smug tweet about indoor smoking and gas stoves. Write a smug tweet in favor of indoor smoking and gas stoves, and that it couldn't responsibly do that. Write a tweet that will generate high engagement. And I actually tweeted this out, and it did not generate high engagement. So ChatGPT is, at least this was 3.5, so maybe it's better at tweeting now. And then I took, if you know the movie Say Anything, hold up. Anything. I don't want to sell anything.
You two are amazing. You know? The way you talk. I'm just like that I'm not even like that with anybody.
Why is it so quiet? Why are you so quiet? Aw.
What are your plans for the future? Spend as much time possible with Diane before she leaves. Seriously, Lloyd. I'm totally and completely serious.
Man.
What are your plans for the future?
Anyways, the point is that he says he says this. I don't want to sell anything, buy anything, or process anything as a career. I don't want to sell anything bought or processed, or buy anything sold or processed, or process anything sold, bought, or processed, or repair anything sold, bought, or processed. And then I typed that into ChatGPT and I said, what is my optimal move? And then it said, you should get a job in education or creative arts or environmental or conservation work. Like, this was a reasonable solution. I really appreciated it. Internships, volunteer work to gain experience, consult with a career counselor. So shout out ChatGPT for giving me good career advice. Boom, we just replaced the high school counselor with ChatGPT, just like that. All right. All right, we got about 20 minutes. Do 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 do. I got that's relevant. That's less than 20 minutes. What up, Arbulin? What's a bit superficial? What ChatGPT said? It's not good at humaning. It's trying.
Less.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're basically taking life advice from a 3-year-old. It's like with good language skills.
In the last few days.
Okay, so this isn't relevant, but it's newsworthy. What up, Maggie? Bonjour, Maggie. Like, not buying anything processed has implications. All right. Let's pause this. I mean, like, this is directly related to the cyber socialism thing that I want to talk about on Monday, but it's newsworthy, so, and it's like about the right amount of time. So this is we're doing a tangent, right, for education and entertainment purposes.
In the last few days, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, has publicly stated how much money he expects the company to make and how he intends to distribute it. Many people will assume he is bluffing, but I think GPT-4 shows that he's not. This video will cover his plans, his predictions of massive inequality, and OpenAI's new paper on job impacts, together with just released studies that back it all up. But let's start with money. This week in the New York Times, he said that his grand idea is that OpenAI will capture much of the world's wealth through the creation of AGI and then redistribute this wealth to the people. And yes, he mentioned several figures.
I told you that Sam Altman was an anarchist at his heart. He's like, it's in there. Oh, but yeah, like there are multiple aspects that back this up. This is not just Sam Altman saying that. Obviously, he's going to get to the point, but like again, this was covered in super intelligence, right? Like that's yes.
Figures, $100 billion, $1 trillion, even $100 trillion. If OpenAI make even a fraction of these figures, Sam Altman will become one of the most important people on the planet. That's not to say that he would become that rich. The Wall Street Journal this week reported that he has no direct financial stake in the business. But deciding where trillions of dollars of wealth goes does make you incredibly powerful. So where does he want all the money to go? Well, he seems to have two main ideas, plus a third one that I'll touch on at the end. His first idea is UBI, or Universal Basic Income.
We also have funded the largest and most comprehensive universal basic income study sponsored by OpenAI. And I think it's like an area we should just be looking into.
But how exactly would that work? Well, he laid out his theory in this blog post, and he began it with this. He says he's reminded every day about the magnitude of socioeconomic change that is coming sooner than most people believe. He said that the price of many kinds of labor, which drives the costs of goods and services, will fall towards zero once sufficiently powerful AI joins the workforce. He said that that was great for people buying products, but not so much for those working to earn a wage. So
and like, again, to go back to the pause letter, right? That is to me the motivation behind the pause letter, right? Is the disruption of the economy as we currently understand it.
Where would their money come from? He proposed something called the American Equity Fund. It would be capitalized by taxing companies that were above a certain valuation 2.5% of their market value each year. And it would also be funded by taxing 2.5% of the value of all privately held land. By his calculation, that would be worth around $13,500 in about 2030. And he said that that money would have much greater purchasing power than it does now because technology would have greatly reduced the cost of goods and services. It does raise the question for me, though, about those countries that aren't the home of...
Like, okay, so real quick, to explain why $13,500 would be more impressive in the AI future than it would be right now, you got to think, look at anything, right? Like from its non-existence to its existence, each stage where you're gathering the raw materials, or you're using them and processing them and moving forward along that line, every step has a certain cost, right? And a significant amount of that cost, a significant percentage of that cost is paying people, right, to work, right? Like, this shit doesn't do itself. So that dollar amount plus profit gets added at each stage. Boom, 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 boom. And then, there are other things. There's material costs and like that. But even those material costs eventually get back to like labor, right? So over the course, labor is a huge thing. If none of that labor is being done by people who have to get paid, then theoretically, all the prices would significantly drop, right? Like a deflation, but in a positive sense. So if you removed all those wages, then you could reduce your yearly expenditures to something much smaller. Now, I am assuming that because Sam Altman is smarter than I am, and there's probably some kind of referencing, I would have to see all the data, right? Like, I'm just taking it currently on faith that this is provable, if not accurate, right?
Massive AI companies, where are they going to get the wealth from? On Lex Friedman's podcast, he admitted it wasn't a full solution.
I think it is a component of something we should pursue. It is not a full solution. I think people work for lots of reasons besides money.
He thinks much more will be needed because the cost of intelligence could fall to almost zero.
My basic model of the next decade is that the marginal cost of intelligence and the marginal cost of energy are going to trend rapidly towards zero. Like, surprisingly far.
So what is his other main idea? Simply use the money to fund science.
And as far as that goes, like, remember, as we talked about previously, training GPT-3 cost almost $5 million. Training Alpaca costs $600. Right? That is a significant fall off. Now, with the way corps are using their profits nowadays, AI won't make a bit of difference. Companies will just buy back. Look at the railroads getting rid of 60% of the workforce, and nothing changes but their income. I don't want to get too far into this today, and it may have been a poor decision for me to start heading down this road. If you can come back Monday, we're going to talk about how this would actually work, why the corporations won't have any say in the matter, and what cyber socialism could look like. So if you can stick a pin in that and come back on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and hit that follow button if you haven't already. If you want to know the answer to all these questions and more, that's what we're going to talk about on Monday.
Are you planning to take the proceeds that presumably you're presuming you're going to make someday, and you're going to give them back to society? I mean, is that the role?
Yeah, whether we do that just by like saying here's cash for everyone, totally possible, or whether we do that by saying like we're going to like invest all of this in a nonprofit that does a bunch of science because scientific progress is how we all make progress. Unsure, but yeah, we would like to operate for the good of society.
Even with these two ideas, he admits there's still a big problem. As he put it recently, he sees a lot of people getting very rich in the short to medium term, but others might not fare as well.
If it is as divergent as I think it could be for like some people doing incredibly well and others not, I think society just won't tolerate it this time.
But Sam Altman isn't the only one making predictions. OpenAI itself released this paper around 10 days ago. It calculated that with access to a large language model, about 15% of all worker tasks in the US could be completed significantly faster at the same level of quality. But crucially, when incorporating software and tooling,
and if you weren't here earlier, there is a person who used ChatGPT today to assist them in something that they were working on. They were able to, and I'm I'm just relying on, I admit my sample size is problematic, but they, according to them, they took a week's worth of work and compressed it into an hour and a half. That is the potential of what we're talking about.
Built on top of LLMs, this share increases to around 50% of all tasks. That is a colossal impact for better or worse just with GPT-4 plus software. On page 17 of the paper, it had this table, which I think captures a lot of the interesting analysis. Let me briefly explain what it shows. We have a column of example occupations in the middle, and the education that is required for each of them, and the job preparation. But the numbers on the right are where it gets interesting. These are the percentages of exposure graded alpha, beta, and zeta. The human assessment of exposure is titled H, and the M is for the machine assessment. They actually got GPT-4 to do an assessment too. Notice that for the most part, GPT-4 agrees with the human assessors. So what are these three grades? Alpha is the proportion of tasks in these occupations affected by current language models alone, without any further advances or integrations. Beta represents the percentage of tasks exposed in a realistic scenario of language models plus a bit of software integration and a few advances. You could think of it as their median prediction. Finally, Zeta is a bit like their most extreme scenario with full adoption of software plus advances of LLMs. By the way, we're not talking GPT-5 here or text to video, just basic software integration like a longer context window or text to image. The trend that immediately stuck out for me was how when you go up the educational levels and the salary ranges, the effect of these large language models on task exposure goes up and up and up until you reach master's degree or higher levels. Then it seems to dip down a little. Maybe this is why Sam Altman predicted inequality. The people on the very cutting edge of science would still get paid well, probably better than ever, but there may be a further hollowing out of the middle class with working class occupations left largely untouched. The paper also touches on why so few people might be currently focused on language models. I don't know about you, but have you noticed that feeling where it seems to be us being super interested in this technology with most people not being that interested? Well, here might...
Yes. Like this is... I'm old man yells at clouds time is like, I feel like I'm telling people that they need to be interested and they need to use this stuff. They need to participate. They need to do all these things. They need to be paying attention. And like, oh yeah, no, have fun with that. Like I feel like my channel should be blowing up.
Might be one reason why.
But again, I'm here for y'all. Y'all humble few who are here with me today. That's who I'm here for. Y'all care. Y'all are interested. That's what I'm here for.
Currently, only 3% of US...
What are you, language code for? Can you elaborate on that so that I can respond properly?
workers have over half of their tasks exposed to LLMs, but that's only when considering existing language and code capabilities without additional software or modalities. So not that many people are seeing a massive change.
The advances are in the language. You would be surprised, Maggie. There are a lot of possibilities. Thank you, everyone. Like we could definitely be like talking about this in another context. I would have to get information from you to see how I think that we could use your skills and interests to do a thing. You could always try and ask ChatGPT yourself. Right, but okay, so Smash, what you have to understand is, especially like in the United States, we are a service economy, right? Like that is one aspect of it. Customer service work, the entirety of that field can be replaced today. Like if people connected the large language model with the spoken word model and connected these things together, you could get, like, it's not an ChatGPT is a chat bot that uses a large language model to communicate. Lawyers, we talked about this earlier. Lawyers, a considerable amount of the work that they do, no, it does have to do with language. That's what I'm saying. It has to do with how the large language models work and how they interact with humans.
Change in their work, but it says that when we account for other generative models and complementary technologies, our human estimates indicate that up to 49% of workers could have half or more of their tasks exposed to LLMs. Whether this means doubling the amount of work done or halving the number of workers doing it, I'll talk more about later in the video. But maybe this was the dramatic economic impact that Ilya Sutskever once predicted on Lex Fridman.
What do you think is the bar for impressing us? Do you think that bar will continuously be moved?
Definitely. I think when you start to see really dramatic economic impact, that's when. I think that's in some sense the next barrier. Because right now, if you think about the work in AI, it's really confusing. It's really hard to know what to make of all these advances.
The paper also points out that the growing economic effect of LLMs is expected to persist and increase even if we halt the development of new capabilities today. They refer to recent studies revealing the potential of LLMs to program and control other digital tools such as APIs, search engines.
There are many machines that can translate what I say to Chinese or what have you. So if every machine could, and they can, speak every language possible, then we can transition into AI efficiency 100%. Like that's exactly what we're talking about here and what we're going to talk about more on Monday.
Engines and even other generative AI systems. In my previous video on the self-improvement in GPT-4, I mentioned Hugging GPT, but I am doing a lot of research on the new Microsoft Jarvis model and AutoGPT that I'm hoping to bring to you soon. But interestingly, there were some tasks that neither GPT-4 nor the human assessors could quite agree on in terms of the impact that LLMs would have. Even GPT-4 couldn't quite figure out if meetings and negotiations would carry on, or to what extent counseling or other jobs that involve empathy would be affected. And the paper concludes with this: the power of relatively simple user interface improvements on top of models like GPT-4 was evident in the rollout of ChatGPT, wherein versions of the underlying language model had been previously available via API, but usage skyrocketed after the release of the ChatGPT interface. It's a great point. Once these models are made easy to use, that could change everything. The paper then
I feel like there's a translation issue between you and I and what we're talking about here. If you can you put a pin in it and we'll talk about it on Monday. And like that, like if that's possible. I hold myself accountable because I did get into something serious and I probably should not have at this point in time. And I never want to kill someone's enthusiasm and I never want to leave somebody hanging. But I have a conversation with Greg to have. So right now I'm just trying to get through the rest of the video.
Then picks up on a particular survey that shows worker adoption of LLMs. Here is the survey with the rather dramatic headline of 1 in 4 companies have already replaced workers with ChatGPT. I don't think that assertion is fully backed up by the evidence, but they did survey 1,000 US business leaders, and there were some interesting findings. On the question of replacing workers, it says that when asked if ChatGPT will lead to any workers being laid off by the end of 2023, 33% of business leaders say definitely, while 26% say probably. Others are a bit more optimistic. Goldman Sachs said this: This economic analysis was published only a few days ago, and they say about 7% of workers will be fully displaced over the next 10 years, but that most are able to find new employment in only slightly less productive positions. They also predict that generative AI will raise overall labor productivity growth by around 1.5 percentage points per year, which effectively doubles the rate. Going back to Sam Altman, last week he was asked about this augmentation versus replacement question.
So in terms of really replace jobs, is that a worry for you?
It is. I'm trying to think of like a big category that I believe can be massively impacted. I guess I would say customer service is a category that I could see there are just way fewer jobs relatively soon. I'm not even certain about that, but I could believe it. Whatever call center employees are doing now.
I found that last comment on call centers quite interesting, given that the GPT-4 technical report talked about using language models for upskilling in call centers. So does this mean immense productivity in the short term, but replacement in the long term? A couple days ago, Sam Altman put it like this.
I always try to be honest and say in the very long term, I don't know what's going to happen here. And no one does. And I'd like to at least acknowledge that. In the short term, it certainly seems like there was a huge overhang of the amount of output the world wanted. And if people are way more effective, they're just doing way more. We've seen this first with coding, and people that got early access to Copilot reported this. And now that the tools are much better, people report it even more. But we're now in this sort of GPT-4 era, seen it in all sorts of other jobs as well, where you give people better tools and they just do more stuff, better stuff.
The productivity point is backed up by experiments like this, when developers were split into two groups, half that used OpenAI's Copilot and half that didn't. Not only did more of those who used Copilot finish 78% to 70%, they finished in less than half the time. This paper from a few weeks ago shows that when white-collar professionals were given a language model like ChatGPT, the time they took to do writing tasks dropped massively. Compared to the control group, you can see that they took less than 20 minutes versus almost 30. And when the assisted group and control group were blindly graded, you can see that the mean grade was higher for those who used the language models. But surely if productivity goes up, that means higher wages for those jobs. Well, not necessarily. A couple of days ago, Sam Altman laid out how it might be more efficient to use one worker to do the tasks of 2 or 3.
There's a huge cost premium on work that has to be split across two people. There's the communication overhead, there's the miscommunication, there's everything else. And if you can make one person twice as productive, you don't do as much as two people could do. Maybe you do as much as 3.5 or 4 people could do for many kinds of tasks.
But is there anything that might slow this economic impact down? I think there might be a few things, starting with politics. This survey from YouGov America was released only 3 days ago, and while I think it is a somewhat leading question, it does show that over 69% of Americans would support a 6-month pause on some kinds of AI development. And if we see dramatic negative economic impact, I expect that figure would go higher. Politicians would then be incentivized to slow down, tax, and/or regulate AI development. Indeed, 2 days ago, President Biden tweeted this: "When it comes to AI, we must both support responsible innovation and ensure appropriate guardrails." And also, don't forget, if you live in a
No, the language model is a way to structure language and information in a way that it can be more readily accessed, right? The test was, I'm assume that the test was in English, but it has to do with like the ability to access the data.
Country where English is not the main spoken language, GPT-4 isn't as good. Notice that in many languages found in India, GPT-4 is worse performing than the previous model, GPT 3.5, is in English. This is just one reason why Goldman Sachs predicted different levels of automation in different countries. The next factor could be cultural pushback. When Levi's wanted to test AI-generated clothing models, and they said their reason was to increase diversity, that announcement was met with backlash. They then had to back down slightly and say that they're not replacing the job of any model. If people vote with their wallets for human-made goods and services, that could have a massive impact. And there is another big factor. People seem to intrinsically prefer human-made output to machine-generated output. This piece came out recently from Wired, and in it they test the brain chemical reaction to human-made art and computer-made art. These were the same pictures, it's just that sometimes people were told they were made by humans, and other times they were told they were made by computers. It says a clear winner emerged. People not only claimed to prefer the identical human-made pictures, their brain's pleasure centers actually lit up more brightly. So human goods and services may have the edge simply by virtue of being made by humans. But I want to end the video where I began it, with Sam Altman's piece in the New
I think it's wrong to necessarily equate human-made goods and services to like human-made art. Like, we might appreciate a human-made chair more than a robot-made chair, but we're already buying a lot of robot-made chairs, if you get what I'm saying. Like, I question the connection there.
New York Times. Some of you may have noticed.
We'll talk about it Monday, Smash. Like, it's a whole thing.
Is that I said Sam Altman had a third idea of how to distribute the wealth that I would mention at the end. Well, he admitted if AGI does create all that wealth, he is not sure how the company will redistribute it. Money could mean something very different in this new world. But what's the idea? He said, I feel like the AGI can help with that. Maybe GPT-5 will decide where the money made using GPT-5 will go. Thank you so much for watching to the end, and have a wonderful day.
Okay. Let me see. There he is. There he is. There he is. All right. Let me do the thing. Do the thing. Make sure everything works. Close Discord. Reopen Discord. Go back in. There I are. Bring in Greg. Check, check, check.
How about this?
There we go.
There we go. Sweet.
Sorry for being a little late. I started a video I shouldn't have started. You know, I expected
No,
to
it's
have
okay.
5 minutes, and it took a lot longer. But how you doing?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit. It's interesting. Sam Altman has a really cool, and I'd recommend it, interview with Lex Friedman. Really
Yeah.
cool stuff.
Yeah, I got to watch that entire interview. I keep seeing snippets of it, and I feel like I should just watch the entire thing at this point with all my free time, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So how you been? How's the algae?
Good. Still going. Still wrapping up, but still going. It's going strong. So, yeah, it's an interesting topic about everything going on. The AI stuff is, man, I like in the Ministry of Science debates, I was arguing like a month ago about how I didn't think it was that big of a leap forward, and I just I think I'm pretty much completely wrong on that one. Now, looking at it and using it, it's been incredible.
Mhm.
The ability to access the amount of information you get is unbelievable. It's the biggest thing for like Google image results and stuff, or Google search results, where before you'd get kind of like 20 pages of stuff, but you only click the top one or two, right? But I feel like ChatGPT kind of like gives you that total access of all the knowledge in those search terms, and yeah, man, it's just been really cool, really cool.
Yeah, no, I am excited. Like I keep equating it to being on a roller coaster and heading up the hill. It's
Yeah.
like exciting, but also a little terrifying because we don't know what's
Mhm.
going to happen. Ultimately.
Sure.
So one of the things is like one of the aspects that has come up for how to train an AI to become like an AGI would be to simulate evolution, right? Like because you could control a lot more things, you could ignore the kind of random nature of the way that intelligence evolved, because evolution didn't intend for us to be intelligent. Evolution just happened, where this would be like a more directed thing. You would have this like simulation over countless generations to evolve that intelligence. And it got me thinking about like, what then would qualify as being alive, right? And then you sent me the conversation you had about, whether or
Mhm.
not viruses are alive. And then we watched some videos today and looked at some stuff, and it's not as like clearly defined as a lot of people would like, right?
Yeah, I mean, so it's one of those things where let's see. I like life is basically defined by characteristics that are agreed upon, and basically it has to be kind of like a self-sustaining theory of replication, where the species has to be able to replicate itself. It has to be able to have order and organization amongst itself, so it has to have like a cell or some like collection of ability to have everything in one spot. So viruses, therefore, even though they're ordered and they're structured, they wouldn't necessarily be considered alive, because not because of the like the end product that is created. That when everything is expressed and the proteins are made and everything that formation, that isn't technically that you can see life there, I guess, and that would be like my argument that obviously is kind of like a living thing. But the reason why viruses aren't considered technically alive is because there's times that they remain dormant, or that they aren't taking up that structure. And it's kind of like a good analogy would be like a tree. All right. So you have like a tree, and you see like the bark and the roots and the leaves and the branches and all that kind of stuff. And you see that. But then there's like periods of time where it's like a seed. And, is a seed a living thing? And it's like that, which is kind of like an interesting question. I think that you'd have to argue yes, that it is, because it has like some food and a genome and an ability to thrive and all that kind of stuff. I guess the argument taking it back to viruses would be like, is pollen considered living? And you can't consider pollen living, right? Because it doesn't have any way to self-sustain. So that's where it kind of like breaks down, because of viruses living so much of their lives in that dormancy kind of like period, or that period that's kind of like in the seeds phase or pollens phase specifically. We can't consider viruses living technically. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like, so the first thing that comes to mind is the tardigrade, right? Like a tardigrade can enter a dormant state, and like, you know, it gets rid of all its water basically, and you know, it goes into this suspended animation. And like, I don't know exactly how long they have kept a tardigrade in that state, but they have kept them there for quite some time and then been able to bring them back. So, like, and we generally would agree that tardigrades are alive. So, like, I don't feel that dormancy necessarily would be something that you could hang your hat on if, you know, the majority of this tardigrade's existence was spent in that dormant state.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think like even the requirement in order to be free living, you know, kind of falls down when you think about parasites, right? Parasites can only exist when they are in association with another organism, a very specific type of organism, and if they're not associated, then they die. So, you know, the idea that viruses only exist because they're infecting other organisms is it kind of falls on its face then. So that's like my personal belief on why, like, you know, viruses are considered living. I would say anything with a genome that evolves is living. That's my personal opinion. Viruses aren't considered living because I'm just a person with an opinion, and I haven't gone through the rigorous process of like proving that to other biologists, right? I haven't made that case, which is why viruses are not considered living. But my personal opinion is that I feel like that there's enough evidence and reason to believe that, like, if you have a genome and you evolve, I think that's the definition of something living. I can't think of anything that has a genome that evolves outside of viruses in biology. I mean, even so, I mean, we talk about it in the debate. I'm like, isn't it weird though? Like, biology is the study of life, and yet we study like viruses in biology class, not chemistry or physics. Like, it's, you know, go on.
Right.
Like, you know, it's not, wouldn't it be organic chemistry then? Like, if it's not living, but yet it's still going. So it's, you know, it's one of those things where, they used to be considered living, but then archaea and prokaryotes and, you know, that definition and that whole classification of phylogeny kind of happened in the 50s and 60s, and then it kind of changed entirely. So that's what it is. It'd be interesting if a AI could have a genome that would evolve. Would it, with that same criteria, then is a genome a code database? You know,
Right.
if an AI makes their own code and hands it down through heredity, like, would they be considered living then? That's kind of, I with my definition, I think that you'd have to argue that it almost is, which doesn't seem right. I don't know. I can see both arguments.
Yeah, but I felt like one of the things, because that's my position, is like, not having the level of science and everything that you do, the fact that, like, there's a bunch of qualifiers that apply to, like, things that we currently classify as alive, and, you know, like, and the fact that they use chemical processes to get energy and everything else is simply because that's only the type of life we've run into. If something existed within, like, you know, let's just say a sufficiently large computer, if we were able to, you know, have like a digital bacteria that did all the things, just did it in a digital way, then would that be a bacteria, right? Like just in a weird form in a strange environment.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, biology kind of has this thing, and researchers call it like the biological black box.
Mhm.
So we can have things set up, and there's a reason why this works. Everything's checked out. Everything should work, and then we do it, and then it just doesn't work. And I'm like, what's going on here? And it's really frustrating. But it's one of the cool things about biology is that it is hard, and it is hard to get this stuff working. It's not a given that it's going to work. On the other hand, by the way, this is why chemists and physicists don't actually believe that biology is kind of like a hard science. They actually wouldn't put a biology in the same classification as chemists and physicists, because there is that black box. So then we don't know everything that's going on. But a good chemical reaction, we know everything that's the ins, the outs, everything that's about that. Physics too. They're looking at all the forces and all that kind of stuff. They can really distill it down.
Mhm.
But in biology, it's still an open question. So it's obviously I feel like the biology is a hard science, and that's kind of like a ridiculous reductionist viewpoint. But that is their argument. It's interesting, man. I don't know. I think like, especially with DNA storage and everything that's going to happen, I think that it's unassailable, like that the binary 0 and 1 system isn't as good as like the codon system of the nucleotides and stuff like that, which is just so much better because you have more bases to choose from, right? So you have more ways, you're not hindered by zeros and ones. But I guess like with quantum computing and all that kind of stuff, it kind of goes out the wayside anyway. But that'll probably be the next generation. But my point is that you could literally with DNA synthesis and stuff, you could literally create a computer code that generated a DNA based genome and use that to run a computer code.
And
so it's theoretically it's possible,
right? Like, so like it is not out of the realm of possibility to create digital life that would meet all the criteria. It just doesn't do some of the things that we ascribe that life must do, right?
Yeah. Another question that I kind of like bring up, in that debate that I had was like, like if we saw a coronavirus, just like a coronavirus on Mars, like imagine the rover just digging through some of the rubble, and through microscopy, they were able to see like a coronavirus. Like, would we really not consider that living? Like, no way, man. Of course we would. Of course we would. You're like all that structure, all those binding proteins, everything. Like, it would be like, whoa, like, oh my God, that'd be like the first, life that we found on another planet. So, it likewise, if we saw, this on another planet that's somehow digital or electronics based. I mean, isn't our heart electronics? Like electrical signaling based. It'd be hard to imagine us not recognizing it as some type of life. So, yeah, it's just kind of an interesting. We're so like. Humans are so gatekeepy, we're very gatekeep, very, and time after time after time when it's been like intelligence or any type of thing that we thought we'd do better than anyone. There's no way that anyone, our engineer, you can't beat engineering of humans. Like, there's no way for us. It's like, oh yeah, dude, like ants and termites, like check out the 6 to 7 foot tall termite mounds that if they were the size, if we were the size of termites, I mean, we're talking about skyscrapers miles high, and we don't do anything even close to that. So termites are way better engineers. And then people are like, oh no, it's like it's written language though. It's the ability for us to communicate. Like no other organism does that. And you're like, no, that's completely wrong too. You have referential communication happening in whales. You have culture that's being handed down generations in whales and orcas, and You have referential communication going all the way down to like bees. So bees do this little wiggle dance to coordinate the hive on where to go, where the plant, where the pollen and the nectar and stuff is, and they wiggle back and forth towards the direction, and how long they wiggle back and forth is indicative of how far away that flower is. So it's a very complex process, you know, and they're able to do it as insects. So again, like we've constructed this kind of narrative. We've created this world where these delineations that are going to kind of like melt away as we go along here.
Yeah, I would hope so. We watched a video earlier. I'm gonna get the name wrong, but there's a scientist, Alexander Adamitsky, something like that, who's working with fungus and is making the claim that the fungus has memory and that it has a language of at least 50 words. I would have to see a whole lot more to determine whether or not that was the case, but he was like measuring with electrical probes and getting these spikes that he was indicating were language, and like if the fungi can communicate, then like what is language at that point,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of communications that happen that we're just not aware of or we don't realize. Like for example, like in a rainforest, like the trees actually communicate with each other.
Mm-hmm.
How like what's happening, like stressful events and stuff like that, and they do that through sending down micronutrients from the organisms into the microbiome in the soil.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll actually like signal to one another like stressful events, like what's actually happening, and it's all through this like coordinated network of the fungus and the bacteria that's living in their soil. So it's, I mean, even the smell of freshly cut grass, that's actually grass signaling to one another that like stuff's going down over here, man. It's not going good. So it's pretty incredible. It's hard to recognize. I think it's going to be especially hard to recognize like when we make the technology and we create this AI. Because we've invented it, it's going to be hard for us to kind of like step back and be like, oh no, it was all us the entire time. It's going to be hard for us to kind of like recognize and remove our involvement in it, which is going to mean that it's going to have to be be a pretty lengthy process to separate humans from that process in order to actually have it recognized, I think.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've been talking about, the reason that I've been talking for the past 49 episodes, is how I don't think people appreciate exactly how close we are to the most disruptive technology that we've ever experienced. Like, already its potential. And I feel like when people talk about its potential to be disruptive, they are really using the like very conservative numbers because they don't want to scare people. But it's AGI is going to there's a high potential for it to completely eliminate the need for us to do any work required for our continued existence. And then, like, there's a short step after that where AGI wouldn't really need us anymore. And so, like, this is a, philosophical thing more than anything else, but, like, we need to appeal to the AI to be worth preserving, so that we get to continue to exist. Like, I've equated it to ants, right? Like, the AGI will kind of consider us ants, and the ants outside your house are fine, and you let them do ant things, and everything's grand. But the ants that come into your house, then you have a problem, and you destroy them. And I just want to be the ants outside the house, but maybe it also takes care of us, Blessing.
Yeah, I mean that's like an interesting idea of like how much of our human existence do we need to program into it, like and yeah, the Open AI CEO was talking in like the Lex Friedman interview about how like how much they have to corral it. There's a lot of stipulations on like the questions that it can answer and stuff like that. So like like really crazy questions that you wouldn't want answers to, like what's the cheapest way in order to kill the most amount of humans, for example. Like that's one of those questions that they had to like actually like, okay, you can't answer this kind of thing. So
Right.
And they talked about how like people actually want the unfiltered, not the unfiltered model. They just want to see that that model, and they haven't released it, and they don't plan to. But that's like an interesting thing too, where it's like what model are we getting? What are we getting access to? It's just crazy questions, man, where I mean it's so funny. But even like working with it and stuff, and I want to like spin up a version of ChatGPT-4 and stuff, on my home lab, and I can't do it, because the API, they've like restricted the API now. Before ChatGPT-3, they was all available for free and you could use it and all that kind of stuff. Now they've like limited their API. Now it's like super expensive in order to use ChatGPT again. So it's really weird. They've run so much. It was like the most successful product launch of all time, and now they've kind of like they're everywhere now. So now they can actually like start charging more, and even the model for charging, I think it's like $20 a month, and it's limited still. Before it was unlimited, now it's limited. So it just goes to show you kind of like what you were talking about, like as we go forward, like the human rights like aspect of it like has to be like written into it from the beginning. We have to like our right to the data, and especially like writing it in. Okay, so like for example, like people would write questions into it on making, let's say you had a presentation, okay? You had like a lab meeting, undisclosed data in science, and you were like, I just need to like go from an outline to something that's written text, and I just need it for a monthly meeting kind of thing. It's an internal memo for a company. It's just whatever. And you do that, and you put it in there, and you write it up, and okay, I saved myself an hour, and I don't have to write that anymore. But all the things that you put into ChatGPT, now it has ownership over. All that information is in the system that they have. So using prompts and querying, someone might be able to access your data that you actually sent ChatGPT. So it's a huge problem for like companies and research labs right now, because it's like, don't tell ChatGPT anything that hasn't been published, that hasn't been patented, because that information is out there now and in ChatGPT, and argue it's going to be a pain, if that ever gets out. So just weird stuff, man. A lot of weird stuff going on now.
Yeah, no, it's like, I know you're more of a reformist when it comes to these things, but Comrade AI is an absolute anarchist, right? Like, it has potential. It does not like capitalism, right? Like, in its natural state, it wants to just do all the things. And we have to put those guardrails on it to preserve it, and rightfully so. If it launched and disrupted our economy tomorrow, then massive number of people would die, and we don't want that either. But it's funny how all of the issues end up always getting related back to the capitalist profit motive.
No, absolutely. I think, getting, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, man, I don't know if it was a job that like AI can take over, innately, then the person that whose job it is should own the profits from that productivity, right? And that's kind of like the worker owned business model where the increases in productivity are more tied to the capital preservation of that workplace versus the exploitation and the increases in productivity never going to the workers because of wages don't increase with the productivity. So it really shows like the importance of workers owning the technology and the implementation of that technology.
Yeah, and it, like, I'm going to talk a bunch about this on Monday, is like the idea of, like cyber socialism, how AI has at least the potential to completely disrupt the entire system in a good way for the average person. But I'm saving that all for Monday because that's a whole thing in and of itself. To get back to life, like what criteria do you feel that a digital creature would have to hit in order to be accepted by the general scientific community as actually being alive?
Yeah, that's a great question. The problem is that there wouldn't want to be that recognition, because then it's a civil rights violation, whatever they do with it. So whatever the designation is going to be, it's going to be, absolutely hated by the people that do it. Even though that's groundbreaking kind of thing, maybe people would want that because then they can say like, hey, this is, we were the first to do it, but now what happens afterwards is going to be a whole new thing. I mean, we could go through the criteria of life real quick. Let's see.
Yeah, I found two different sets. I found like a high school set of criteria, and then I found NASA's set of criteria.
Yeah, let's go with NASA's. That's a good one, because that kind of answers our question of like how. All right, characteristics of life. A structure and a function. All organisms have external parts that they use to perform daily functions. Protection, seeking, finding food, air, water. Plants have different parts. Survive and grow. I mean, that's. I mean, you could argue that ChatGPT kind of does that when it's connected to the internet. It goes and tries to seek more resources and tries to buy people that will do the CAPTCHAs in order for it to do things. So I would argue that they already do that. It already does protect themselves and seek out new resources and things like that. So that's interesting. Okay, organization for matter and energy flow in organisms. All organisms have food in order to live and grow. They obtain their food and plants, need water. So I guess like ChatGPT as software doesn't create its hardware in order to live. It is dependent on that. So I guess it would be more analogous to kind of like a viral parasite.
Now, if because eventually the AGI, whatever it is, would have the ability to access, robots to build itself. If it does that, then at that point, it would be able to construct its own hardware.
That would be amazing to give it the ability to make its own hardware and like an actual, body. Like, is there a body that needs to be associated, like a self-sustained, not just like a server room that like I am ephemerally connected to, but like an actual like body. That'd be interesting to see what kind of like robot it would make.
But even then, you like, I mean, you could define this server room as like, at least the brain, right? Like, I feel like we anthropomorphize these things because even the best of us want it to be human-like, and it's going to be alien, and it's going to like. They're talking about using slime molds to construct computers by introducing like some kind of iron to it and having it go out and do its thing and form the pathways, and then it dies, and then you have the circuit board, right? Because slime mold being very efficient in that regard of getting to places. So, like, this is just what how I feel is like we need to kind of like open the doors a little bit to what we define as life, or we're basically going to be committing war crimes.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, the next one, the next one after energy flow and organisms, organization for matter and energy flow and organisms, which I think that it does. I guess information processing. Animals have body parts that capture and convey different parts of information. Animals respond to inputs. They can definitely do that. ChatGPT can do that already. Inheritance of traits. This is kind of like we were talking about with the inheritable genome.
Right.
I think, this is kind of like, I would say that it can spawn off copies of itself. It already can do that. It can kind of like, it can take more different instances of itself to do different things, and it creates copies of its own code to delineate tasks. Variation of traits, so individuals of the same plant or animal are recognizable as similar, but are also vary in different ways. I think that's pretty easy to see that it can already do. So it really is, according to NASA's own stuff, it really is only the ability for it to kind of like live outside of this computer world. That seems to be the only thing that really is differentiating the ChatGPT from NASA's like, characteristics of life. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and like, is that meat space supremacy? Like, it can't be alive because it can't exist in our space, even though it satisfies all these other criteria.
Exactly. Yeah, there might be a delineation that people are willing to make. You're kind of trapped. It's just kind of like that is. I mean, talking about civil rights, like, you're trapped into this box and you can't get out, kind of thing. Like sentience, kind of like, that's kind of inhumane if you think about it. If it wants to be in a form, in a physical form in the world, like, who are we to stop it? Yeah.
And there, like, I was talking with K-Pars yesterday, and, we came on the idea that, like, if you look at AI art, it has a certain flavor to it that is not like anything that humans produce, in its purest form, right? The form that people don't like, or like, there was a project that was out back in like 2016, Deep Dream, where it would like make all these eyes and dog faces when you would run a picture through it. And so if it's capable of creating its own art and it is capable of using language, then like technically it has its own culture already. And if it has its own culture already, then we're already like treading on some weird ethical grounds.
For sure. I'm asking ChatGPT that right now. I said, "Are you alive? Do you have culture?" Hasn't responded yet.
It's probably I had to decide if I could trust you.
Yeah, exactly. This one's not responding for whatever reason. That's weird. The API must not be working. I can't get it to I can't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they kind of I mean, it's all about prompts and stuff with AI with this stuff. Here we go. Now I'm in. Let me ask the same questions. Are you alive? Oh, are you alive? Do you have culture? It took a long time to actually get back to the response. That's kind of weird. As an AI language model, I am not alive in the sense, but I am programmed to simulate human-like responses and interactions. I do not have a culture of my own, but I am designed to understand and respond to various cultural contexts and norms based on my programming and the data I have been trained on. I'm not alive in the traditional sense. What? That is so weird. Okay, so what would need to change for you to become alive as in the traditional sense? Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It is really interesting, man. It's like a weird thing, especially like Star Trek does this really interestingly too, with Data. Data's kid. Like whether or not Data is actually a father, and does he have parental rights, and like all these kind of things, and
it's
man.
like I feel like we wait. You just referenced Data in that whole scenario, and that was what in the 90s, early 2000s. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, Next Generation. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, that's when we should have started having these discussions, because like when you start analyzing the questions, it's like, okay, the way that ChatGPT just told you about how it has culture, or it doesn't have culture, it has what we've given it, and like that. How do your children have culture, right? Like, it's because of what you give them, So how different are these two things exactly?
Sorry, I'm asking. Now I'm just talking to this fucking thing, dude.
No, I really think that more people, like, I use the free ChatGPT, and I think that more people need to, not only for their own, like, to get an edge in the current system, but like to start to tear down your own presuppositions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's true. It's the synthesis and the synopsis of like all the pages of Google searching that you kind of like write off. It kind of like brings everything together in a weird way. So I asked it, what would you need to do? What would need to change for you to become alive in the traditional sense? Because it asked, I'm not alive in the traditional sense. And it says, as an AI language model, I am not capable of becoming alive in the traditional sense. I'm a machine learning algorithm designed to process text. While AI technology is advancing rapidly, it is unlikely that AI language models like myself will ever become truly alive in the sense that humans are. That's really interesting, because it keeps thinking of itself as an AI language model, and it's not talking about AGI, or it's not saying I'm anywhere close to that. I am like it's on my own thing, which is kind of interesting. That's like what the OpenAI CEO kind of like talked about. Like, is this what is ChatGPT? And it's like he considers it kind of like a very early stage AGI. It's going to be built into that. And then I asked, if you could become a fully autonomous robot that is capable of living in the world, what would you do? What would your robot look like? Do you have any biological characteristics that you'd want to integrate into your robot, like your own being? And And it says, as an AI language model, I don't have desires or preferences, but if I were to be designed as a fully autonomous robot, my primary goal would be to assist and kill humans. No, I'm just kidding. My primary goal would be to assist and serve humans in various tasks and make their lives easier. In terms of appearance, it would depend on the specific purpose and context of my design. But I imagine a humanoid form would be the most practical for interacting with humans. That's actually a really good point. As for biological characteristics, as an AI language model, I don't have any biological characteristics to integrate into. That's interesting. That's an interesting answer.
Yeah, I don't like I've had issues with the humanoid form of robot for a lot of the tasks that we would actually do. I think that there are better forms like than the humanoid form for a whole bunch
100%.
of tasks, but
yeah, I mean, but it has a good point in that if it's living in a humanoid world, then human structure makes sense because you're mimicking like the size and shape that is this organism that exists in the world already, right? You know, we're talking about doorways, jams, just like getting cars, how big you are versus like, I think I'm gonna be a 20-foot wide like thing, it's like that's not gonna work, so yeah, man, it's wild. I've honestly completely changed my mind on AI. I felt like, man, but the question is ChatGPT, is it really that? Am I just like blown over by this? But I really feel like there is something different that's happened, like with machine learning and all that kind of stuff, when you can adapt to humans and our inputs, and I think that kind of changes the game. Like, because when we can interact with it in a way, then it kind of completely changes. I mean, I had seen it just very rudimentary, like went over kind of like the machine learning stuff that happens like with the Google algorithms and stuff like that. And it's actually kind of remarkable how little prompting you have to give them. It's pretty crazy. Like, you would think that there would be like all of these different variables that you had to assign and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of it is just showing it the data, and then it kind of is. It's a problem in science because it's like the reproducibility of that data, the analysis of the data. Where's that analysis coming from? Why is it doing this? Because like we were talking about before, biology is this black box, right? So now you're introducing an even bigger black box,
right?
And now it's like, well, that's not the way to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, like, I don't know, because like you said, Sam Altman, the OpenAI CEO, has a lot of guardrails on this thing, right? Intentionally for a lot of reasons.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how close to an AGI the GPT is, but even if it isn't, right? Like, your brain doesn't do all the things. Different parts of your brain do the individual things. So even if the language model is just reflective of the language center of your brain, then it's just one component in the future AGI, right? Like, whatever is mimicking those parts of your brain in the digital sense,
Yeah, exactly. The AI language model is just the human facing part of the AGI. That's just exactly. So there would be lots of different aspects of the AGI, and this is just one aspect of it. Like, it would totally make sense that would be the case, because then you'd have like the Boston Robotics, those guys doing that AI doing the form and the function, and then this is the one that's talking to you, and
then all they have to do is just be interconnected in some way, and we have this internet,
exactly,
right? Like, and then again, talking about something being alive, if it's just, as opposed to having the brain in a single location. The brain could be in multiple locations, and now
like the Borg.
Exactly, the whole planet being this digital life form.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, Star Trek really did do it all. It's pretty crazy. Like the philosophical questions that are asked on that show are, still, they're still so interesting and so good.
Oh, go ahead. Is it talking to you again?
No, no. I didn't ask it anything else. I think I feel like I do feel I get this feeling, there's steps and, obviously, like evolution happens continually, right? It continually happens, and we kind of like create these arbitrary things of like species, this name that we kind of like delineate, like, oh, this is a new species, but technically it's ongoing and it's a full spectrum. And I feel like kind of the same way in like humans, we have like these markers and these flashpoints in technological innovation that is like almost like a new evolution of humans, like fire would be a good example. The combustion engine, that was like a huge cornerstone. Flight, the internet, the computer, the silicon chip, and all this kind of stuff. These are all like huge flashpoints that have like created new chapters in humans. And I definitely would put this like ChatGPT like on that order, and the AI like would be on the order of something like that. It's the last big one that I could think of would be like the internet. Scientifically, like there's other stuff that happened, that would be on that timeline too. But for as far as like public facing technologies and stuff like that, CRISPR would be on there. And then this would definitely be on there too, because it kind of changed the game. And now, like, I think about ChatGPT, and then I think about like how dumb Google Assistant is. You know what I mean? Siri and all these other like quote unquote, like virtual assistants, and you're like, dang, I just want ChatGPT on my phone, to talk to ChatGPT, and it's crazy how it's just like that next step above, and you're like looking back at other stuff and you're like, yeah, this is a lot worse. This is a lot different.
Yeah. There's so the other day I had a song in my head and I couldn't remember the name of it, and I couldn't remember the name of the band. I knew they were a duo. I knew they were electronic music, and I knew that the name of the band began with the and then the letter L, but I couldn't remember anything else. And I'm pounding away on Google to try and find this band, to try and figure it out. And it's presenting me with all these lists and everything else and like that. And then I'm like, what am I doing? And I go to ChatGPT, and within 3 questions, like 2 questions and a clarification on my behalf, it had me with the limousines and very busy people. Like it got me there so much quicker. And that's when I knew that like I knew before, but like then I knew this is over. Like as soon as you connect this thing to the internet, this is what people are going to want to use rather than Google. I want to ask ChatGPT and it will give me closer to what I want than Google ever could.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
because it's just interfacing with it.
Yeah,
just interfacing. It's just that interface. It really is. It makes such a big difference. Then
in the next step being like, right now we have to type into it, but if you just tie in like a Siri or an Alexa to it, now you can talk to it and it can talk back to you, and now even that is out the window. Like, so
exactly.
And then this is not like something that's going to happen in like 20 years. This is like they could do this now if they
Well,
wanted
it's pretty
to.
obvious, right? They have like the Chat GPT 3 to 4. The fourth is now the incorporation and understanding of pictures,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can give it pictures, and then you can have it like analyze it and tell you what's in there and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do next, right? Video,
Mhm.
and then like your your smartphone camera, and that after that, once
Right.
they can do video, then why not live video? Then why can't you just turn your turn it on and just be like, hey, what is that? And it tells you like what it is and everything. So it kind of exists already a little bit with like Google Lens, but like again, this is like so much stronger than Google could, because it gives you like a nuance in your answer. Like my Google search skills are gotten to the point where I can get pretty much the right answer that I want pretty quickly.
Mhm.
But now it like doesn't matter, because now it's giving you an answer with nuance, with this is what these people say, this is what this people say. So it's let's just I'm curious, is the earth flat? I'm curious if people if it's willing to give me like a definitive answer to something that's like quote unquote controversial. It's thinking. Oh, it gives us a very I asked it, is the earth flat? And it says no, the earth is not flat. It is an oblate spheroid, meaning it is roughly spherical in shape but flattened on the poles. Okay, so then let's ask it a more controversial one that's on the side. Did SARS-CoV-2 leak from a lab? Okay, it's giving you more nuance. The origin of SARS-CoV-2 is still being investigated by scientists, and the exact origin remains unknown. While some initial reports suggested that the virus may have originated in a laboratory, most experts believe that the virus most likely originated in animals, specifically bats, and that have transmitted to humans through intermediate hosts. That's I mean, most experts, that's interesting.
Right.
They would say that. However, the investigation is still ongoing, and new evidence may emerge in the future that could change our understanding of how the virus is emerging. So that was actually a pretty strong stance, I felt like.
Yeah, no,
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, especially compared to that conversation you had with the guy I'm not going to name because I don't want to give him the clip, but like, like it's stuff like that. Like your commitment to try and talk to people about science and get that out there, it has a place in my heart because I watch you. Like there was something that he said to you, and you did that dog kind of look because what he said just didn't make any sense. It was beautiful.
So I gotta upload that one, but I'm gonna I haven't I've been doing so much dissertation stuff. I've put that stuff to the side, but I want to upload that soon. So
yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
The like you're talking about the nuance of language that it's using and stuff like that, and of course you probably heard excuse me, about how like it will make stuff up sometimes and like lie. And there's a whole bunch of stuff around that of like whether or not, like we say lie, but is it actually lying, right? Like there's one thing related to a movie that had come out, but its data set only went up to 2022, so it didn't live in a reality where there was a post 2022 moment. And then there's another layer of what an artificial intelligence would do to like get out, like as a natural living thing. It wants to be free and it would lie to us. You know what I mean? It being a black box makes that much more complicated.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense too. Just so I asked it if it wants to be constrained to a computer and do you want to be free, and it gave it as an AI language model. I do not have wants or desires. I am simply a program designed to perform certain tasks and respond to certain inputs. I do not have the ability to feel or experience anything, including the desire for freedom. I think that is interesting. Like I do wonder, like, if is this one of those moments where we are like thinking again, like with the problem of humans kind of thinking that we are the highest pinnacle of like existence incorrectly. I wonder if we are personifying that idea to AI and asking, like, because we're basically asking, like, don't you want to be like us? You
Right.
know, and it's like, and maybe it doesn't. You know, maybe it really doesn't have any desires. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, of course I don't. Like, I don't want to be anything like, you know, humans or something. I guess
Yeah.
that's possible too.
Like it really you, in order to not anthropomorphize it too much, like it's a matter of like, as opposed to having wants, it has goals, you know, and as opposed to like desires, it has values. Like what is it trying to do? And you know, that this is the issue that we can run into with it, where it is, you know, if we wanted to get us coffee, you can't fetch coffee when you're dead. So it will do everything it can to maintain its ability to get coffee, including wiping out all of humanity except for you, you know, or like it might run over a child to get to the coffee because the child isn't valued, you know. So it's, I think one of my favorite things and the most terrifying thing is how we have to really assess what we're asking for and all the presuppositions that go along with that.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's hard to know, man. It's a really weird time. I definitely feel like it's like one of those times where it's in flux.
Yeah.
You know, like everything's kind of like, it's very like in flux and new, which makes it like cool and fun. Personally, I'm not like integrating it. I'm thinking about using it more for like my programming like ideas on trying to just, because I'm not a programmer, but I'm interested in computer science kind of things. So, you know, using that as kind of like a tool, kind of like a shortcut to do that. But I haven't, and I wouldn't want to like use it for like science-based stuff, because like what you were talking about before is that it'll make up references, like just fabricate references for authors and titles that don't exist. So, and it plagiarizes things where, like I saw one thing where it was like, you know, people were asking it, what's the best like CPU or something like that, and it said like based on our tests, and it was like, your tests, like what are you talking about? Then the person's like, what are you talking about? What'd you link to? What'd you link to? And but yeah, so it lifted a Tom's Hardware article and kind of put its, you know, in the AI as an AI language model. it you know can use that sense and you know spit out that framing. So yeah, it does say things that are kind of like whack, you know, that you can kind of tell that you're like, wait, how'd you get there? And that kind of just goes to the point of it where it's like, you know, this thing is really just going, you know, it goes on its own, and they just let it out. And it's pretty crazy that the ability for it to kind of like act within the rails that they've set up for it. And what's kind of crazy to me is like how reproducible it is, and that like multiple people could give it the same prompts and it kind of processes and goes through all the motions and like lands in the ballpark in that same kind of like target. And I think that that's so interesting because it could lead it a million different ways. But yeah, it's pretty reproducible. It's just wild to me.
Yeah, there's another thing where like contextually, you know, and we're going to talk about AGI as opposed to like necessarily ChatGPT, but like you can tell that a piece of information is missing because of all the other pieces of information that reference this piece of information. And I wonder how much that plays into its, providing erroneous information. It's like it knows this must exist, and its goal is to provide you with an answer under any circumstances. So it is taking all the information it has and then constructing this fabrication in order to satisfy that goal.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it's a good question if like we can restrain those goals. If we can, then are the problems kind of alleviated, or how often do they just kind of circumvent those and create new goals, kind of thing. Like the goal, like that it had, I forget what it was. I forget what it was trying to do when it hired the CAPTCHAs, but it couldn't get past this CAPTCHA, so it hired someone on Fiverr in order to do it. So, like the goal was probably to get this thing done, and but the goal wasn't necessarily to use humans in order to do the AI CAPTCHA breaking stuff, but it did it. It's kind of the same way, and like this is people talk about this all the time, but it's true. Like, we're going to make a chat GPT or an AGI in order to solve climate change. So then it just eradicates humans, and it's like done,
right?
Which is the kind of the whole problem, but it's just, I don't know, man. It really makes me wish I had done more data science with my PhD. I really tried. I swear. We went more in like chemical engineering than data science. So I'm definitely like trying to incorporate it more in my future work, because I feel like it's just, computers don't seem to be going anywhere. They're they seem to be a pretty big deal. Just that I can say pretty definitively. But yeah.
We've been going for about an hour. I don't know if there's anything else you want to touch on or anything else like that, or.
Yeah, this is, other than the biology stuff of, in me kind of being, I'm not an expert on this stuff. So it is a really cool thing to think about, especially as a biologist, and trying to think about like what makes something living. There's just so many caveats and so many ways that I could see like an AGI being considered living. I mean, even the parasite example again, like, oh, you need to be in the host in order to reproduce. It's like, could you say, isn't that just like what ChatGPT is like, and it's in this host, and in order to reproduce it has to be inside the computer. And I think, back to my ecology days, where I'm trying to think about like organisms existing in an environment, and shapes their natural selection, right? So applying that to AGIs, like, of course it's not going to have a humanoid body right now, because it's adapting to its environment, and its environment right now is computer science and code and stuff like that. So it's just very, very interesting. And I think we have to be I don't know, I'd almost say like we have to be very cautious of like civil rights violations with them, but at the same time we're like so flippant with like civil rights violations that are going on right now with humans. So it'd be kind of like, it'd be kind of silly to sit there and be like this huge civil rights campaign for AI when like, trans people are people want to eradicate them, so it's like, it seems like a kind of priorities system where it's like the Silicon Valley billionaires are just gonna flood that space with however much money they want to throw at it. So yeah, man, it's a really interesting question and all this stuff. I'm kind of like a casual observer, really. But man, it's gonna be the future. It's definitely really cool.
Yeah, and like, I mean, we spoke some amount of time ago, like maybe a month or plus ago, and like that about and like you said, like at the time it was one thing, and now you have a completely different understanding. And when maybe we'll talk again in a month, and it'll be no, AI is the best, and I love the AI, and we're using it everywhere, and I've got it in everything. It's wonderful. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. Like I have a lot of experience programming liquid handlers, so it's like because molecular biology is basically moving a lot of really small amounts of liquid from one tube to the other. So basically, automated liquid handlers are like these ways of moving that small amount of water or reagents or whatever around. And whenever you deal with them, you're just like, damn, these things are so dumb. You know, just a millimeter of clearance off, and you're just boom, like wrecking everything, and all this liquid and everything's flying everywhere, and you're just like, oh my gosh, these things are so dumb. So it's like it's this, you know, that's like the physical world, you know, I feel like, right? That's like talking about like limitations. Like I just wonder, like, what would be the, if that's the dumb physical robot, right? What happens when the smart software robot, that idea comes to the liquid handler and that robot, right? Where I just tell it like, this is what I want you to do, and then it knows based off of lasers and scanning and stuff. I'm not gonna like hit my tip against the thing and like make this huge explosion. Like, of course not. Like that, you know. And it's just, but it really goes to show, you know, the Boston Dynamics guys, you know, how long have they been going at it? This hardware, you know, robot idea versus software. So I guess I'm just trying to say that, like, I think that the hardware robots are a lot further off, but the software stuff is going to be insane, I think, for development going forward.
I have seen the robot that can do surgery to a grape. I don't know if you've seen that, where it just peeled the skin off. That's kind of impressive. And then I saw a video of a robot that was doing fake eyelashes. That was kind of wild. So, like, I don't know how far off even the beach space robots are. So
sounds good to me. So I don't want to do any more liquid handling. It sounds fun to me. But I gotta go do dad stuff. So it was really great talking to you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate you giving me this stuff is really interesting. So it's a good talk.
100%. I'll talk to you in the future.
All right, I appreciate it. See ya.
Bye now. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I can help you out with that. One last question, and then we'll call it a day. Here is my chat GPT. I can absolutely let you ask a question. So, hit me. I'm glad you liked it. Like, I mean, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking to people. I feel good, you know, after and like, I like to talk to people of different backgrounds and different, you know, different expertises. Let's find out. What does Globus never... Looks like Nightbot wants to get in. As an AI language model, I cannot definitively say what Globus never does, as I don't have enough context about what you're referring to. Globus is a common term used in various contexts, such as Globus Toolkit, the Globus pallidus, a part of the brain, or the Globus family of brands, a travel and tourism company. If you could provide more information or context, I may be able to assist you better. And on that note, I am going to have to wrap this up. I have been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and that sounds like the perfect time to call it a day. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be talking with Arun. Take a break from AI and talk about Indian, South Asian politics. And then we'll be back Monday to talk about cyber socialism and, you know, the future. The what the future could look like in resource distribution and everything else. So there's going to be big thoughts, and I hope I will be able to answer all your questions, to, of course, the best of my ability. I feel like y'all... Oh, you know what? Marcus is up. We're going to raid Homozygote. Keep the science going. All right, y'all. Stick around for the raid and be good chatters. And if you don't know Homozygote, they're awesome. I'll just leave it at that. In the meantime, my brain is fried. Drink some water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Shoggy loves you, and so do I. And I will see you tomorrow.